We're live. We're live and amplified. Let's go. Alrighty, checking all my things. Am I actually on? This sounding good. Let's take a peek. Okay. Okay, I think I'm Gucci. Nice. Hi. Hello there, Fireman. Hello. I am gonna be self-promoting myself for just a quick second here, trying to get people to watch because the more the merrier, as they say. Okay, go in here, do a little self-promo there. Dark Technomancer, the one and only. Dark Technomancer, how's it going? You realize, sir, that Technomancer, of all the human beings in all the world, besides the human being who gave birth to me, besides that person, you are the reason I am here right now. You spiraled me down the path of D&D. Hello there, Raziel. Interesting thing that you got here. Interesting thing. Which interesting thing are you referring to? Are you referring to my space? Are you referring to my stream? You're referring to my Discord? What are you referring to? I'd love to know. Not too bad. Good to see you. Good to see you, Techno. Good to see you. Like I said, absolutely, Techno, you are the reason that I'm here right now. You got me on the path of D&D. You're making me blush. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely the GOAT. I distinctly remember all those years ago when you offhandedly mentioned D&D, and then I was like, do it, run a game. And I remember bugging you for like a month straight. Oh, I remember that. I'll be right back and grab some food. Hello, congrats on 10K. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Probably pop in the Discord to chat. Absolutely. Looks like you're a really tall person in space. Actually, should I change the background? I've got a few backgrounds. This is some of the art from the Spelljammer book that just came out. 10K though, super proud of what you've got going on here. I'm super proud too. This has been pretty dope. I'm pretty happy to get where I am. I am pretty stoked about it. Backdrop. What are some cool backdrops? Let me peruse around, because Spelljammer has some pretty neat backgrounds here. And Spelljammer is kind of the flavor of the month. Even though Spelljammer sadly isn't being the most well received, but that's neither here nor there. The art, I will say, is tremendous. And speaking of some fantastic art, let's take a look at this. Whoa. I mean, that looks cool, but I think it's probably a little too busy for my screen. I'll leave it up for a second, though. Still trying to self-promote myself all around, up and down and all around, trying to get as many people into here as possible. Yeah, I'm proud. Thank you, Fireman. I mean, obviously, it takes a village to raise a channel to get to 10K subs, right? Like, it's not just on me, it's on everybody. Everybody that helped me out along the way. So I'm very appreciative of any and all help that has come my way, which I've received quite a lot of help, believe it or not. Believe it or not. If I promoted myself everywhere I can, I think I have. Do you remember when we first talked? I want to say the first time we talked was like I was running a game, wasn't I? I want to say. You'll have to forgive me. I've I've talked to a lot of people, believe it or not. And for any and all joining, there's a link to the Discord not only in the description of this video, but I'll be posting in chat regularly, and you can hop on in and you can ask those hard-hitting questions, and we can talk about all things tabletop role-playing game related. Yeah, I think I am going to change this background. I think I like the background, but I think it's a little too busy. There's too many, like, sharks floating around. What's another good one? What about this one? I don't want to do that one. That or One Night with Tim at, like, midnight. Yeah. I believe that's what it is. In Sam's server. Sam, that's a good guy, that Sam character. He's definitely been someone that's helped me out along the way, that's for sure. That Steely Sam character. It's funny because, you know, going back a year and change ago, me and Sam had literally the same amount of subs and views, and we were going neck and neck, and then oh, and speak of the devil and he appears, oh my goodness. Alrighty, congrats on big 10K. See you at 100K. Thank you so much, Steely. Thank you. That $10 will go a long way, I promise you. Thank you so much. That'll go straight to the chair foundation. Finally getting me a chair. Thank you. Oh man, that is I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like for the first little bit of my YouTube career, I was like, you know what, I'm perfectly fine with all the subs. And then for some strange reason I got to, like, I don't know what it was. I think it might have been like 6K, and then all of a sudden I was like, I want 10K. Like, I want it. And so I'm pretty happy with getting 10K, I'm not gonna lie. That's a nice solid number. Very, very good number. Does this background work? I don't think this background works. How did you run Wave Echo Cave? Basically, I ran it as a classic dungeon crawl. Bruh, you need a chair? Are you still sitting on the floor in front of your couch? I absolutely am. Let me dispel the magic for you all. Whoosh. Look at that. Nope. My couch, my beautiful couch. And as a further reminder, this isn't a green screen. This is a green bed sheet. I'm just hanging from the frickin' ceiling. It's for some reason, like, is it not coming in right there? What's going on? I see a little bit grainy on the side there. Maybe it's just this one in particular. I passed Indestructible. I mean, I have a feeling he'll catch up pretty soon if he, like, does the kind of content that he's doing. Have you seen Dragon Car's article breaking down CR and coming up with his own CR 2.0? If so, do you have any thoughts on it? Yeah, so I looked at a little bit of it, and what I'm here to tell you is I personally don't want to do math and homework when I'm running a game. And sadly, that's just ultimately what the CR system is. The CR system is essentially trying to make balanced and fair engagements for your players when it's just so much easier for me as a DM to either, one, not care about balance or fairness, or two, just wing it. I don't want to have to spend time and effort for something that I want to feel organic. Like, I think for the people that want that system of, like, hey, I'm going to create the most fair and optimized play, I think that's perfectly fine. But for me, that's just not the kind of DM that I am. I'll be doing a short on him for his B-Day, though. He will get a boost, hopefully. There you go. Steely Sam throwing out all the help for all the homies. Steely Sam propping up all the little folk. Nice couch, thank you. It's a lovely couch. Fun fact about this couch, when I got it, I could not fit it through my frickin' door. I had to remove my window to get this couch into my room. And so now, like, it's funny because, like, years later, I'm thinking, like, oh, man, now I've got to, whenever I get this couch out of here, I got to move the window again. Just throw 27 Gricks at them. What's the worst that could happen? You know what's the worst that could happen, Techno? Party infighting. That's the worst that could happen. Learn about you from Sam, currently watching Icewind Dale series. It's pretty good to hear another DM's perspective on the campaigns made from Wizard of the Coast. Thank you. That's kind of why I made them, because there is a lot of going on with those modules, and it's absolutely great to get some feedback and to get a fresh perspective on things. How long are you streaming tonight? I'm about to start a small stream unboxing Stormwreck. I was going to be streaming for maybe 2 hours or so. It's my 10K celebration stream. Nothing too major, nothing too special. We love Sam. I'm going to try and raid you if you're alive. Love you too, bud. Thank you. Thank you, Steely. We love Sam. Sam's a good guy. Sam's an okay character. You know, his shorts are kind of, His shorts are, but, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I saw so many people got upsetty spaghetti over Ender saying that. Over Ender saying your shorts are, Tim introduced me to you. Yeah, so as I am trying to set things up and trying to advertise for people, man, there's something. Is it not thick enough behind? Is that what's going on? I think my I need to double up on the screen on the back here to make it not all grainy. I think that's the problem, because the right side is doubled up. Yeah, I need to refold this because it's like hanging from the ceiling and it looks terrible. Low quality content, but I make tons of it. It's funny, talk about low quality content. My best video on my whole channel took me literally 2 minutes to make. Or maybe 3. I'll give it 3. It took me 1 minute to set up. It took me 1 minute to record. It took me 1 minute to edit. And now that my DM toolkit video has like 33,000 views or something like that. Talk about low quality. That's the kind of thing I'm dealing with. I could spend 3 hours prepping and for a video, then record for an hour, then edit for 2 hours, and it doesn't get anywhere near the views of spending 3 minutes of dragging my phone over like some dice. That's the nature of D&D YouTube right there. And that is most unfortunate. But short and simple works. It does. Is that an elf ship from the astral plane? I would assume so. So unfortunately, I haven't gotten my hands on the Spelljammer kit yet. The only Spelljammer I know is from 2nd edition Spelljammer. I've been looking into that semi-recently. And yeah, so I don't recognize some of this new art. But the art looks great. The art looks fantastic. Let me see if I got any cool other backdrops as well. There is that looks semi-decent. Let's see. I dig it. It do be like that. All right, stepping away. I'll come back with a couple dozen. Thank you, Steely. Thank you. And Steely, props for your endeavors and helping out all the little homies like me. Man, I gotta redo this whole thing. What a pain this is. Yeah. Did that. Oh, I just realized it's like cut off there. It's funny. It doesn't go all the way to the end. Talking about content, do you think you'll be running any recorded sessions for us to watch anytime soon? Love to see you in action as a DM. Yeah, so Martin, one of the things I was planning on doing is I'm going to be recording a session, and I haven't figured out if I'm going to be live streaming these sessions or not. But what I plan on doing is, at the bare minimum, I'm going to be recording it, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-upload it with basically DM commentary, like on the side. So basically, like, I'll be running the game, and, you know, as I'm running the game, I am, you know, very focused on the players and all the dice rolling and all the whatever mechanics at hand. And my idea is that my DM commentary is going to be talking about, okay, so, you know, like in-game, I'm saying, all right, players, as you're walking around the dungeon, there you see da-da-da. And, you know, basically as I'm talking to the players and making them roll dice or, like, asking what they're doing, I'm going to have the DM commentary at the bottom, and it's going to be saying, okay, so here is why I am explaining it this way. Here is why I'm making them roll this dice. Here is what I'm trying to goad them into. Like, you know, basically a whole bunch of little things like that. Because, quite frankly, when you're busy DMing, you just don't have the time to, like, explain out why you're doing things. You just simply have to do the things. So I'm going to be planning on doing that DM commentary to kind of fill in, like, okay, like, oh, that's, you know, so, like that's how he rules it, or that's how he, like, oh, one thing that'll be perfect for me is I make mistakes all the time. Whenever I'm running a game, I make mistakes all the time. So one thing I'll be doing is, oh, hey, you know, when I go to, you know, like I have them go over something, and I totally forgot, oh, yeah, there's a trap right there. And then in my DM commentary, like, you know, I'd be like, oh, I forgot to rule the trap this way, so I'm going to either change it this way, or I'm just going to, you know, move it somewhere else, or I'm going to just ignore it, you know, things like that. Can I sing? Absolutely not. I cannot sing. I did take choir when I was a wee lad and a wee youth, but singing is not my forte. That sounds awesome. Thank you. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. I'll also be doing, one of the other thoughts I had too is, in addition to doing, you know, all my other content that I'm doing, one of my ideas was I'm going to be doing a solo Let's Play. But this isn't going to be a solo Let's Play of, like, I absolutely do everything all by myself. One of my ideas was, it'll be a solo Let's Play of me playing through, like, you know, adventure, but the chat or, like, the commenters basically dictate a whole bunch of things. So basically, like, the commenters say, okay, like, we're going to generate this kind of dungeon in this hex. Or, oh, hey, we're going to, you know, like, oh, we're, you know, one of your companions is gonna, you know, or, I got a whole bunch of ideas for it. But basically, I want to, like, solo RPG, but with the, like, the viewers involved. I think that could be interesting. That actually sounds like a great idea. It works very well with your commentary style on modules. Thank you. Thank you. YouTube plays D&D? Kinda, yeah. So, like, my buddy, Steely Sam, he ran a YouTube plays D&D, but what that one was, he basically was presenting scenarios for the viewers, and the viewers had to choose, like, A, B, and C. Mine is going to be the other way around. Mine is going to be, I'm going to be choosing my options of A, B, and C, but you, like, the viewer, are going to be the one that kind of, like, gives me the incentive of, like, okay, like, what's the dungeon look like? What NPCs are in town? You know, kind of things like that. That's kind of my idea. Okay. Gotta check on something real quick, and then I'll get started with the main attraction here. Okay. Alrighty, things are coming up Millhouse. I'm not gonna lie. I've been doing pretty decently well so far. I'm doing a bunch of things on the side. I'm getting ready. I got some plans around. How would you feel about games ran in the Nine Hells, where the players have committed sin to end up there or another scenario? That's awesome, because one, it generates a ton of adventure, because there's a ton of adventure to be had in the Hells. But two, it's a really great idea of, like, the campaign isn't just going to be, oh, let's fight some devils. No. A lot of the campaign can really be about, like, exploring yourself and figuring out, like, what is sin and what is evil and are we beyond redemption. There can be a lot of that self-discovery in a campaign where you go to the Nine Hells, and that actually would be really great for roleplay. Chat DM sounds like a perfect plan that has no chance of backfiring. Exactly. Exactly. Another creator called Esper the Bard ran a game kind of like that called Path of the Neophyte. I have not watched that. I might have to check that out for a second. Might have to check that out. Alrighty, so for those of you new joining in, first time, you can join my Discord, and if you do, you can join that waiting room, and I can pull you in, and we can have a one-on-one talk where you ask me your hard-hitting questions. Feel free to hop in. Redemption arcs are fun, also corruption arcs, or both at the same time. Exactly, right? And, like, you can have, like, you're presented with really tough choices, and you have to choose, like, am I going to be more evil? Maybe being evil will be good in the end. Maybe I'll be, good. Maybe, like, some people are good, some people are bad. Dark Technomancer, this is No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. Go ahead and send it.
Hello.
Hello there.
How's it going?
Oh, I'm going fan-frickin-tastic. How about yourself?
Not too bad, not too bad. So 10K.
10K. I am in the 1%.
What's it like on the top?
I'm looking down from my, ivory tower. I'm looking down at everyone else, and it's so hard to see. But I whipped out a magnifying glass, and I'm not a magnifying glass. So what do you call this thing? A telescope. And I can see all the other people down below.
Well, that's awesome.
But yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I'm not gonna lie. It's I started YouTube just on a mere whim, and I'm pretty happy with where it's going.
Yeah, it's great. I've been kind of low key keeping an eye on it, watching things unfold.
Give me some lurk views. I'm okay with that. I am a-okay with that.
It's super cool what you've got going here.
I'm stoked.
Well, I don't really know how to keep up a conversation, but
do you have any hard-hitting questions? Comments, concerns, gripes, complaints, grudges? You got anything?
Well, I mean, so you mentioned party infighting.
I seem to recall in that Grick fight, I seem to recall there was the whole debate on the fighters trying to dodge or no, someone was trying to run away from the fight too.
Yeah, so there was a blade singer wizard who was built like a tank, who was fighting at the peripheral and like just hurling fireballs and like trying to be in a position where he could run away at any time, while like we had like a rogue and a monk in the middle that were just getting ass blasted. And so they were all yelling at him to like come in and take some hits because he has like 22 AC.
Wait, I'm trying to remember. So this was this the Grick fight that was just out in the middle of the open field and there was a tree? Is that the one?
Yeah, and the rogue fell out of the tree and died.
That's what it was. Because someone moved back and the Grick was just... Oh, man. Good times, that Frontier.
It was a good time.
The Frontier was, like, I say this to this day, Techno, the Frontier was the best social experiment I will ever have been able to run. It had nothing to do with D&D at some point. It was purely a social experiment on, like, it was almost akin to, like, the kids that did the prison experiment with, like, the prisoners and the sheriffs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost similar to that, where basically the game took a whole different turn once you guys had all that gold and were trying to build a guild.
Yeah, that was a huge mess. Getting into like legitimate policy arguments, like not like talking politics, but actually like being politicians in the campaign, like debating each other.
Oh God. I think I think one of the great things too that came out of that was like there were so many times where everyone was just so mad at each other, and like there's like maybe one or two times where people were mad at me, but usually it was just like the players hating each other. You know? And that's kind of a weird feeling, I think. Like when you compare that to nowadays games, air quote nowadays games, but like I think the average modern game, you typically see a resentment grow for the DMs if something like unfair or very challenging or whatever arises, right? You typically put the blame on the DM, but in a way, I wasn't necessarily blameless, of course, but it felt like a lot of the players would always like, oh, hey, we just got a TPK, that's your fault for not using your breath attack. Oh, hey, we just got into a TPK, that's your fault for opening the room with more orcs in it, right? And
yeah, and I guess there's always this sense of like balance where like the players can kind of like figure out where someone is or isn't pulling their weight, but it's also the DM's job to be aware of that and like depending on the kind of campaign either jump on it and capitalize on it or try to maybe like throw a couple softballs. But ultimately it really just does come down to what kind of game you're trying to run, what kind of challenges you want to give your players, and what kind of challenges they want to be given, right?
Yeah, and that's also part of the weird part of that game is because it was a West Marches game, this wasn't a game where I sit down for a session 0 with, the 4 players and say, hey, this is the kind of game that I'm going to run. I just started running a game, and before I knew it, there was like 20 to 30 people that would regularly show up. And not everyone that showed up knew exactly what they were going to be in for,
Right, yeah. And that's always going to be an issue with like those sorts of like really big involved systems is, everyone's going to have their own idea of what they want out of it.
Absolutely. But I will say, though, like, not only was it a great social experiment, but also it did prep me a lot for the next time I do plan on running a West Marches game. Because, spoiler alert, I'm not going to allow for as much creative freedom, I'll call it. I'm going to have some hard rules in place so as to prevent some sort of policies trying to be enacted.
So speaking of creative freedom, I actually have kind of an interesting question. I've been, so I haven't really been had my finger on the pulse on D&D and RPGs for a while, as you probably recall. I've been stopped writing campaigns and started writing novels, but I have found that AI technology is getting really, really, really good at like doing creative stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I wonder if you've thought at all about like the future of like AI generated D&D content or like campaigns and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I have been thinking about that because semi-recently, I'm sure you're well aware, but AI art has been popping off like nobody's business. And semi-recently, this caused a huge debate about, what is art? Is AI art fair? Should it be allowed? Should it be, XYZ? Because art is a huge part of a lot of tabletop role-playing games, because for a lot of people, the art is kind of like pulls you into the world. And so that's been going on for a little while. And then that also did get me thinking about like, okay, back in the day, we had a few things like Zorp, where you type in your response to whatever query shows up. But somewhat recently, there has been some like AI generated dungeons and whatnot. And I know without a shadow of a doubt, in the next 10 years, there is going to be an AI system that, someone's going to plug thousands of different campaigns into it, and it'll be able to spit out whatever campaign you kind of want. And my thinking is that's probably going to be a good thing. Because, as a DM, like, yeah, you get your own style, you get your own choice, you get your own vision. But ultimately, there are several problems. One, as a DM, I can't know all the rules off the top of my head. And unfortunately, we've all been there. We've been in those places where the rules, kind of come to a grinding halt and the game kind of feels awkward for a moment. But with an AI, that wouldn't happen, right? The AI knows all the rules. You just simply say what you want to do. The AI just, converts whatever it is you're trying to do into a rule. And also, very, very importantly, is the fact that I think semi-recently we discovered that for every one DM, I think there's like 8 players. There's a lot of people that don't want to DM. A lot. Because whether that be they don't want to take on the mantle of responsibility, maybe that's because they don't think they've got the chops for it, or what I suspect a lot of the time is they also want to be a player. And ultimately, I think AI DMs are going to be great, AI campaigns or whatever they're going to be called. I think they're going to be great because, if it's you and your 4 friends and you all want to play a game of D&D, then instead of having to pay someone or having to suck it up or doing whatever, then you just hop into a game and it's a brand fresh take for everybody. And I think that could be cool. And especially because the AI DM is only going to get better as time goes on. As more and more people play these games, it's going to make better and better campaigns. It's going to be more solid on the rules. It's going to truly evolve. And
and as the technology develops as well.
As the technology develops. And when I say AI, you and I both know that we're not meaning real AI, because AI, that's a whole different topic there. But
yeah, it's what it really is like predictive text algorithms.
Exactly.
They're really good at it.
Yeah, they're really good at it, right? So yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely looking forward to the future of AI integrating into our society, into our lives, and making fun aspects even better, making things accessible, making things fun, fair, and whatever you want to be.
Yeah. Oh, and you mentioned art, right? Like, I don't think I've ever played a D&D campaign where someone didn't have like a piece of stolen art that they just like ripped off of Google image search.
Yep.
I've done it myself. And I think that the ability to like just have an AI like plug in what you want, have it give you like a customized piece that's just like, yeah, here's your character. I think that's also like amazing. It really helps to like solidify character design. I think to have that sort of image to give you an idea of like, this is who I'm trying to play as.
Absolutely. And I think too, it'll be really great when we have the AI, because the AI can actually really solidify like, okay, when we start a campaign, this is going to be a serious campaign. So no one shows up with, their Popeye art or their, Powerpuff Girl art or, whatever else, right? Like, having the AI kind of like handhold you as you basically say, hey, here's the thing. We're running a Curse Draw campaign, so it's going to be grimdark, it's going to be serious, no funny business. And then it'll be able to pull up the art it needs, it'll be able to run the rules a certain way, and you'll be able to truly not have to sit there as a DM and, scratch your head on how to make the game a certain way. You just plug a few buttons in, you're good to go.
Fireman says he's scared of AI.
I mean, obviously we've been programmed since Terminator all the way back in, the 80s or 70s to be scared of AI. And ultimately, I'm not scared of AI because AI is only ever going to do what we allow it to do. Yeah, there might be some creepy people that are like, let's make the murder robots, and it's like, yeah, whatever.
And AI these days is it's a bit of a misnomer.
Yes.
It generally just refers to anything powered by machine learning, which in and of itself sounds scary. But all that machine learning is just sort of self-modifying algorithms which are designed to optimize a certain value, right? And so you give it a value, and it'll do tests over and over again, which is what you call training. And then as you train it, it'll figure out the patterns that best optimize whatever value you've given it to optimize. And so the AIs that you and I are talking about right now, they're predicting accurately what word should come next or what pixel should go where in a picture based on a description.
Yeah,
so it's not really artificial intelligence the way that we think of it.
And the very important thing to consider about the AI we're talking about as well is they cannot do something that has never been plugged in. You know, like for a perfect example being like if you say, hey, I want to, have a campaign where, the world comes to an end. The world can come to an end 10 different ways. There's a Tarrasque that comes, there's a god that freezes the world over, yada, 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 so and so. It'll never be able to come up with an 11th, right? Like, it'll never be able to be like, oh, yeah, there's a meteor that comes and hits the Earth. Like, if you never typed in meteor showing up, if you never did any of that, it can't all of a sudden force something in that wasn't there in the first place.
I mean, it kind of can, but you're essentially right, because what it is very good at putting the pieces together, but it can only work with whatever pieces you give it.
Yeah, so you just don't give it the piece you don't want in the first place.
Right, but it can put those pieces together into like configurations that are, that don't seem as though they came from the pieces that you gave it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the art that's coming out right now is a showcase of that. Like, I'm following some art on Instagram and Twitter and whatever else, and these people are able to literally just type in like, either a few words or a few sentences, and you get art which has never been seen by the human eye. And yet, like, it's the most stunning, beautiful art, right? Like that's awesome.
But bringing it back to D&D a little bit, I think even in its current form, it's kind of a really good tool for DMs in particular, I think, because one thing that I personally struggle with a lot as a DM is coming up with like descriptive language on the fly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the time, what you do to get around that, right? You do extensive notes, right? They're going to go to this place, so you write out like these little prefab descriptions of things.
Everyone loves them blurbs.
Your blurbs, right? But with AI, you can just put in like a basic description of the place and have it spit out a nice like descriptive blurb for you. Just auto-generate blurbs on the fly. I think that's a really valuable tool for any DM who wants to run a more improvisational campaign to give it a little bit more life, a little more flavor.
Absolutely, right? Like you set up that there is this giant skull and it's got a gaping maw, and you don't want to come up with the fly-away text of it. Then all of a sudden the machine all of a sudden does it. You plug in, the machine is voiced by Morgan Freeman, of course, and then the Morgan Freeman tells you the skull's gaping maw exudes forth a sulfuric smell which wafts through your noses. Like that'll be dope. I'm totally behind that for sure. And I think like from like me personally, I think a lot of it does come down to accessibility. There unfortunately a book sometimes just isn't accessible enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about how many people just cannot fathom trying to read or even look through the DMG or the player's handbook, but they still want to play D&D. I think that I think that the best thing that Wizard of the Coast and any tabletop role-playing game company can do is remove as many barriers as physically possible to get as many people playing the game. And I think having AI kind of hold your hand while you run or play a game is going to be absolutely a fantastic way to go about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential in that field, I think, to like really expand like what's possible and how easily and accessible the games can be.
Plus, that means I can run Frontier 2 and just have the AI suffer through everyone complaining. Everyone, I love the idea of like 30 people showing up and like yelling at the AI, like we're in like Planet of the Apes or something. Like just everyone's yelling at the machine god how they want to make the game run a certain way. That could be entertaining. House DM, thank you so much. Big accomplishment. Thank you, Nicholas. Congrats on the 10K. Thank you. Oh man. So how goes the whole book writing?
Pretty well. I didn't want to like just come in here and start plugging my shit. So. But yeah, I did. I actually just the other day I released my third book.
Hell yeah.
On Amazon. It's doing really nicely.
Hell yeah, brother.
Got a modest Patreon following, which is nice. Keeping a roof over my head.
Yeah, I'm about to find out what it's like to not have a roof over my head semi soon if things keep going the way they're going.
You gotta plug your stuff more. You're
I'm really bad at selling myself. Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta. The ask is important. Right? You don't have a lot of. Right, you got 10. Okay, I'm a YouTube nothing. Okay, I don't know a dang thing about this. But to me, as a nobody who has no idea what I'm talking about, but is willing to talk about it anyway.
Of course.
I feel like 10,000 subscribers should be converting to a few more patrons than you've got.
Yeah, it really does come down to the fact that I just simply don't advertise good enough. I am going to be changing that pretty semi soon here. I just need to get all my ducks in a row, and then I'll be hitting the ground hard pretty soon. Just recently, I don't know if you've seen on my channel, but this past like week and change, I've just literally just pumping out a whole bunch of shorts because they're dumb, simple, and easy to do. But I'll be doing some air quote regular content, and I'll be pushing my Patreon, and I'll be showing off all the works that I'm doing on the sideline, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, you deserve to succeed. I wanna see you succeed because honestly, I've played your games. I've watched some of your content. It's good stuff.
Thank you.
It's something that is that deserves to be rewarded, I think.
And as a friendly reminder, you're the one. It's so funny to think back, like, you know, once again, like, this all sparked, my whole life changed into this narrative because you offhandedly mentioned D&D one time. I'm trying to think of, like, if I hadn't been there at that moment, or if I was just, you know, or if you just said hard no, or, you know, X, Y, and Z, any number of things. Like, where would I be right now? Would I still be a Blood Bowl commissioner? Would I be trying to do something else? I got no idea.
I mean, I remember the conversation where you were saying that you know you'd spent so much time like doing the like the bro lifestyle in the military or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That you came back and you just wanted to like get in touch with your inner nerd, and
Absolutely.
So you were playing stuff like Warhammer and Blood Bowl and video games, and I was like, well, have you tried D&D? And well, the rest is history.
It's so funny.
Yeah, that was a fun campaign too. We only got halfway through Out of the Abyss, but I think that's
I will say we got through the better half of it.
It's a lot farther than most people get.
Yeah, we got through the better half of that adventure, I'll say. Like when I go to run Out of the Abyss, I'm cutting it in half. I'm okay with it. I think the narrative.
I think there's some really cool stuff in the second half, but it's so like disorganized.
It's
scattered.
It's a different narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like the first narrative is such a classic of escaping, like just one word escape, and like that's all you need to know. Like, hey, you're here. You don't want to be here. Go.
Yeah, you're in caves. You want to not be in caves. Off you go.
Like, that's such a great narrative. And then the second half of the narrative is, hey, you're a hero. Be a hero. Which, Not everyone wants to be a hero all the time, or whatever the case may be.
Not just a hero leading an army against demons, right? It's such a tonal shift.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit strange, but that first half, mwah, so many great experiences, so many great things you've been doing out down there.
Yeah, like trying to hit on a priestess of Lolth.
Hey, don't knock my girlfriend, okay? Oh man, I can't believe you let me rock that character. Such a terribly optimized character.
No, players do as players want.
Oh man, I had no idea what I was doing, but I'm glad I did it. How about Hordes of Zombies, the opposite of AI attacking the village? How would you protect this village? Hordes of Zombies. Well, the thing about zombies is that they aren't smart. They only do what zombies do, or they're listening to commands. So if they were attacking a village, I would protect it by putting up simple barricades and pitfalls and traps and basically, cordon zombies a certain way. Or if they're
make obstacles and find the necromancer.
Yeah, and that's the important thing is finding the big cheese. If it is just random zombies, then you just do what you need to do. But if there's a necromancer, then you got to snipe them. Which is funny because purely in 5e tradition, being a necromancer simply means that you raise them and you control them for X number of time. But they're ultimately still there. I can't tell you how many new players have gotten to 5e, and they go up against some necromancer, and they say, "Oh yeah, if we kill the necromancer, all the zombies and skeletons will disappear."
Well, that's not mechanically how it works.
It's funny because that must be the traditional thing of what people believe to happen is that you kill the necromancer, zombie skeletons go bye-bye, but.
Well, I think also to a point there's always, but especially in 5e, there's always been a bit of a disconnect between what's theoretically possible according to the setting and what the rules say the players are allowed to do.
Yeah, that comes up a lot. I hear a lot of people talk about it, everybody should be able to do everything in regards of the player characters should be able to do whatever the monsters can do, and the monsters should do whatever the player characters can do. I personally don't agree with that myself.
No, I don't agree with that either, but at the same time, I think that as a DM, you should be open to the idea of if a player wants to try to do something, to try to find ways to make that happen, or at least a good reason beyond, well, it's not in the book, why they can't.
Mm-hmm.
Right, if you've got a level 18 mage and he wants to I don't know, build some kind of magical flying machine, the rules don't have any provisions in there for how that could happen, but there's no reason they couldn't. Those kinds of things exist in the setting, so I mean, let them have at it, give them away, but it kind of falls to the DM to kind of come up with that solution.
Yeah, and I think that can be sometimes a problem because some DMs don't want to run a game where wizards are creating flying devices, and some DMs don't want to run a game where the fighter gets decked out in all sorts of magical items that makes him all powerful and amazing. But I find that because I branch out to other tabletop role playing games, I find that 5e falls into a certain kind of tone, feel, theme, and setting, and you should just play up to its strengths. And I'm here to tell you, 5e plays into not necessarily the goofy side of things, but into that high epic, style and fantasy. Yeah. So I think it's good to let these things go.
I guess I feel like it kind of creates a bit of of cognitive dissonance for the players, right? If they go up against this evil sorcerer who's been, collecting the souls of the village children in order to create an artifact that'll let him control the dead, and then the wizard's like, "Hey, can I do that?" And then he's just like, "Well, no,
like,
because reasons."
Yeah, I think it's always something you got to struggle with too. Is like one of the big things is like you just mentioned, villains. You want villains to be awesome, right? But how do you make villains awesome, but not overpowered, but not underpowered, but make them realistic, but not impossible to achieve? Like you got to fit all these like parameters to make a good villain, and sometimes it's tough.
I'm normally I'm a rules lawyer, right? You know that. That's
yes.
the way that I play the game. But at the same time, I think you need to be able to just throw the rule book out sometimes in favor of a more dramatic game, a more interesting story, right? Like if you've got like a big bad evil guy, and then someone's just like, I'm just gonna throw a bomb at him, and then they like crit success. He just explodes. It's all of his HP. They rolled max damage, and it's like, well, I guess there goes the campaign because you just rolled real good. You gotta leave a little bit of room to just be like, well, you get him real good, but some bullshit happens because it had to.
Yeah, that's always tough because, I know for a fact there are players out there that would love to know the HP of the monster going into the fight so that way that there is no DM shenanigans going on. And I know full well that there's a lot of players that will happily turn the other, way to allow there to be a more fluid and fun process of, the game. And the trick is just finding those players that most appeal to you. And finding those players, and most importantly as a player, finding the DM style that suits you. This also goes back to the whole AI DM thing. But the sad truth of the matter is, there is no one style of DMing. And as a player, you need to find DMs that fulfill your desires. Disgusting, no fun voice. Ender, how's it going? Raid? Oh, goody. Steely coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Steely. Thank you. For those of you coming in from Steely Sam, you might have seen Steely's awesome video on me, which is, in fact, one of his best videos ever of all time. Go figure.
No bias.
Well, it's not just that, but also it got really high views, too. But besides all of that, thank you all, one and all. Yeah, so in regards of finding your DMing style, you just got to find it, and finding your player style. Unfortunately, it's kind of like it's a nuanced thing of you both want to find your style of being a player, and you also need to find a DM that can facilitate that better kind of game.
I think there is a little bit more onus on the DM to adapt to their players.
Yeah.
I think part of being a good DM is identifying what your players want out of the game and aiming to deliver that.
Yeah, it's definitely it very much so is a relationship. You can't just be in it for yourself. There is a give and there is a take. You do have to meet people halfway.
When the big bad evil guy dies early, introduce other bad guys to attempt to fill the power vacuum. Yeah, that's another option for sure.
Yeah, it obviously comes down to the tempo of your game, but I definitely think there could be this comical thing of okay, next session we kill the big bad and another big bad shows up. All right, we kill that big bad, another big bad shows up. It definitely comes down to what is exactly going on around here.
So it's kind of funny. I was watching the Netflix Castlevania series with some friends the other day, and we were joking because if you've seen that, a lot of the dialogue it really kind of sounds like a D&D group
Oh, absolutely.
And we were joking in that first season, those like first 4 episodes. It feels almost like um, the DM had this whole like dungeon planned out where they would go through the dungeon and meet up with all the characters until they got to the end and it was a la carte, and then they have the party is formed. But then Trevor and Sypha go off the rails and go back to town and like defend against the demonic invasion.
And that's when the DM's
like,
all right.
Rocks fall. You just fall through the whole dungeon. You meet Alucard.
Yeah, sometimes so for that's like a perfect scenario too of like if you were running a game and like you want to introduce another player, but the other players just either purposely go against that or like just inadvertently go against it.
They just keep dodging it.
Sometimes you just gotta be like, okay, the ground literally breaks underneath you. You fall into a cave, and right there is your friend.
Yeah, there he is.
Sometimes you gotta just quite literally pull the rug under the players' feet, because sometimes they're not doing what is best for the table, and they may not know it. Too,
yeah,
right?
It's a little controversial to say it, but the rails are good sometimes.
Oh yes,
you need them now and then.
Yeah, I think that I personally like to label the types of games you can run as a sandbox, a railroad, and a roller coaster. The sandbox being go anywhere, do anything. The railroad being you go forward, you have A, B, and C options, and the roller coaster being you go forward, only A option, go go go. And once again, it comes down to the individual players, but I've ran for players that refuse to play or adhere to a roller coaster, and I have played with people that say, "Hey, I don't want to be given options. Just tell me where I'm going and what I'm doing."
Man, it's bad that I pictured specific people both times.
Certain people come to mind. Certain people come to mind, and that's perfectly fine. Like it's good to find your groove, because if you want to have a sense of urgency and purpose in your DM says, "Hey, we're running a sandbox game. I've got nothing for you. Just go out there." It's like you're not going to feel as in tune with the game at hand, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and getting the different kinds of players to like engage with each other in the same game. I think that's the biggest challenge for any DM, is when you have both, right? People that want totally different experiences, and you have to try to accommodate all of them at the same time. And that can be really difficult to reconcile the different player expectations.
Yeah, and I think that another great part about that too, or maybe not a great part about that, but one thing about players having different wants and needs in a game is when you have that one player that ropes in other people to doing the thing that they wanted to do. For example, being when you have a player that wants to play in a, kind of a railroaded sort of adventure, but they're in a sandbox, you get that one player who purposely just grabs them by the scruff of their neck and says, "Hey, there's a thing right there. We're going right there." And, that can really go a long way. Just having one player in the group that's able to kind of steer other players in the right direction is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side of that, it's also nice to have a player who's just a complete chaos engine.
Who just generates content for you for free.
You never know what they're going to do, but you're always glad when they do it, because you can just riff off of it forever.
Exactly, and that also comes back to the whole improv of being a DM. There are times where you have an adventure at hand and you want to run that adventure. But me as a DM, my most favorite moments are the moments that I didn't create. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times I find that when DMing, you are the one that's creating the event, because, you set up the scene, you set up the NPCs, you set up the X, Y, and Zs. But it's truly when the players take the script and make it their own. Like, those are truly my most favorite moments.
Yeah. Did you ever watch the D&D podcast with Dan Harmon and
Harmon Quest.
Harmon Quest. That was it.
I did not watch too much of that. I think I watched one episode a while back.
Okay, well, I mean, even from the first episode, like you can immediately know who the Chaos Engine in that group is, right? The one guy who was playing the Goblin, where he was like, I'm gonna go around the town and like slowly like daub mud on my face and pick up leaves, and the DM was like, that's gonna take you like 10 turns. And he's like, yeah. he's in it. I love that kind of player. They're so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important to realize that like some people are shown to this game and you don't know what they're going to be doing, and you embrace it. And also going a little bit back to more modern D&D here, you ran a little bit of a Planescape adventure, and I know you put up all the notes for that and all that fun jazz. And you might be aware, but the newest source book for Wizards of the Coast is actually going to be Planescape.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. It's one of my favorite settings. I used to play, the old D&D based Infinity Engine games, Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, and of course Planescape Torment, which to this day is probably still one of the best PC RPGs ever made. If anyone listening to this has not played Planescape Torment, there's an enhanced edition on Steam. Go get it. It's like $10. It's an amazing game. It really fills a niche that you almost never see properly addressed in D&D based video games, which is that it focuses primarily on the role play and engaging with the world and the story, and not so much the combat and the mechanics and the gamey stuff. Right? It's very easy for something like Baldur's Gate, or especially Icewind Dale, to just be very, very gamey. But Planescape, it has the mechanics, it has the gamey aspects, but it still manages to keep the focus on the role playing, and it really it'll pull you in, and then you're going to be stuck with it until you get to the end. It's an amazing game. Cannot recommend it enough.
Absolutely.
But that was one of my biggest inspirations getting into D&D was Planescape.
Yeah. And, looking on Planescape, for as cosmopolitan as, modern D&D is and as modern Pathfinder is, that is still not even close to rivaling the cosmopolitan nature of Planescape with all the sorts of creatures that are going to be interacting with on a regular occurrence. And,
you got Sigil, the biggest melting pot in the multiverse.
And I think Sigil is just such a great... Basically, Sigil is like the perfect, fish out of water setting of you just show up to this place and you're just like, whoa, what is going on here? And you're basically like, I always think of like that being like you showing up to New York. Like if you were like, someone from like the 1800s and from another continent, and then you just show up to New York. Like I always imagine that's how like Sigil kind of is.
Yeah, for sure. It's a fantastic setting. It's got some of the most interesting like world building, which is funny because you would think, Planescape being sort of this sort of multiversal, everything is connected to everywhere sort of setting, you would think they'd go a little light on the world building. What with, it's supposed to be connective tissue, right? You're putting different settings together. But no, they go hard. Like Planescape is, Sigil in particular is like very deep, very rich. There's a lot to explore there.
Yeah, so that's all coming out, and I can't remember. Are you familiar with Dragonlance at all?
Yeah, I read the Dragonlance Chronicles trilogy when I was like 7 years old.
Okay, so you've dabbled in the DL there, but
never played in a Dragonlance setting, but I read the books, and they're lovely.
Yeah, so that got me thinking because I actually semi recently I went back and read a bunch of the adventures for Dragonlance, and comparing Dragonlance to the other AD&D adventure modules that were going on, the other adventure modules are essentially just adventure locations. They're typically the sandboxy-ish, but but have like some sort of theme going on or a semi-linear dungeon, but basically the onus is that any person can show up and do these adventures. But Dragonlance is something entirely different because in Dragonlance you did not bring your own character. You played pre-mades. And that got me thinking, one, would the average modern gamer actually be willing to play pre-mades because of how intense character creation is these days? And then two, does Dragonlance actually fit 5e better than AD&D because Dragonlance is all about these epic heroes doing epic things, and you typically see more epic high fantasy in 5e.
Well, AD&D was pretty epic and high fantasy as well.
It was, but at the same time, you rolled a d4 for your wizard's health. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was very low to the ground and gritty mechanically, but setting and flavor-wise, it was still very big and high fantasy. Maybe the thing about Dragonlance as a setting is that it's, as you've already kind of alluded to, it's a lot more on rails, I think, than some of the other settings. It's got a very specific history to it, a very particular sort of type of adventure that it wants to run.
Yeah, and that's part of it is, so, normally if you're running a game of old school D&D, it doesn't matter if the PC dies because screw you, your PC died. But in these Dragonlance adventures, because you were playing these pre-mades, which had a story to tell, which purposely were meant to go on to further adventure modules, they couldn't die. So basically, there's nice little blurbs there about what to do if a PC dies. And it gives several examples, like one of which is, if you're fighting semi-near a cliff, then the PC falls off the cliff and no one sees where the body goes. If you're fighting the band of orcs in the middle of the plains, then the orcs, two of the orcs, grab the person and run off. If you're fighting the dragon, swallows you, or he throws you, or X, Y, and Z. So it's always great to see that sort of oh hey, we're always trying to obscure things here. We're making sure that no one's dying. Which I thought was pretty cute.
And we've been talking a little bit about sort of modern and old school role playing, and I know you've talked about it before on the channel, but what about the modern old school with the old school role playing revival in things like Dungeon Crawl Classics or
oh yes,
Stars Without Number, or that kind of very old, low to the ground, gritty setting, kind of like AD&D, but made in the modern age, designed to invoke that old school feel while still implementing some of the more modern game design philosophies.
Yeah, I think it's great because, quite frankly, I think that, for me, who's someone who's been DMing 5e since nearly its beginning, you and me were pretty early adopters of 5e. Mm-hmm. And it's a great breath of fresh air. I think that there's plenty of people that only play once a week or maybe once every other week, and yeah, they haven't experienced all 5e has to offer. But ultimately, for me, I have ran hundreds of people through thousands of sessions, and I can't say I've experienced all 5e has to offer. It's technically limitless, right? But it's always great to just straight up get a different tone, feel, theme, and setting that I quite frankly believe that 5e cannot do. Yeah. And it's very nice to play Dungeon Crawl Classics and have people cast spells and them not knowing what the result of the spell is going to be. It's really great to play old school Essentials and just straight up evoke original D&D. It's really great to play Mouse Ritter and not even have to roll to hit people. You just auto roll down damage, because if you're gonna hit the enemy 50% of the time and do a D8 of damage, why not just roll a D4 of damage and cut the middleman out, right? And mind you, that's just 3 different TTRPGs. There are literally thousands of tabletop role-playing games coming out, or already out, and they all evoke different things. And it's great to find the niche that you want and, just run it as is.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, there's a certain sort of feel to old school role playing that modern games have kind of drifted away from, that some of the younger people getting into it for the first time never really got a chance to experience. And so I think that old school revival is nice, to kind of bring that back and have an option there for people to experience what they missed out on if they didn't grow up in the 80s or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I, we skipped the 80s, as it were. So we obviously weren't there from the beginning. And it is great to, look back, and thankfully we don't have to play through, the original D&Ds, and don't have to sit in the basement with 12 nerdy, people. That's great.
I played Advanced Dungeons and Dragons with my mother, all right? So
it's a little bit of a tailored group then. You're not as bad as original. But it's great because there's certain things that those game systems can do. Like, for example, is fear. I find that a lot of time I can't evoke fear in 5e, because why are you afraid of anything when you can cast a fireball, or you can fall 200 feet and literally walk it off, right? Sometimes fear just isn't there. But there's fear when the thief rolls a d4 for their HP, right? There is fear when the fighter only ever gets 1 attack in their lifetime. That's just some minor things, but there's a whole bunch of other facets of old school play that modern sensibilities have just kind of glossed over. No longer these days do we need to bust out the torches or the 10-foot poles. No longer do we need to worry about taking damage, because we can just, rest it off or whatever. So it's good to, play these things. And honestly, one of my favorite things is a sense of leadership. As you might well remember, in Tomb of Annihilation, I gave you Gerald, right? And Gerald is just, this analogous retainer that joins the party. Retainers were very commonplace back in the day. Every person would have anywhere between 1 to 10 retainers by their side. But nowadays, because of that high sense of fantasy and pulp action that we try to evoke, we don't want to be bogged down with the party having 15 commoners kind of trailing behind them. And I think giving a group Gerald, or any retainer, is always great, because you get to see them take on the role of leadership and responsibility that I think that more often than not, most games people will never do.
I don't think my group got a Gerald, but I do recognize it. I remember watching the other group.
I could have sworn you got a Gerald. I could have sworn.
We might have. It's been a while since we did Tomb of Annihilation. I remember Eku, and I remember clocking Eku as a Kuatl.
Yep.
That's all I remember.
Yep. But regardless, that's just because of how 5e combat works. Like, I would never want to give my party each one of them having, even I wouldn't even want to give each person 1 retainer, right? Just due to the nature of 5e combat.
That would get messy.
But if I run some old school, then every single person having 4 retainers is super easy to run. Like, it's so amazing how that works.
I remember when we were doing your first experience playing D&D, that you start in Out of the Abyss with a huge handful of NPCs, and it really bogs things down. I had to like go out of my way to kill a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, which I think is well deserved because you either keep them around and you are just playing marionette with 27 different puppets, or two, you kill them off, thematically, coolly, and add to that sense of tension and dread, which I think is probably the right way to go for that campaign.
Yeah, I feel like they were probably designed for that, to try to like give you that horror feel. I know there were a couple of them, right? Like there's a couple of twins that are spoilers. They're were-rats.
Oh my gosh, what are the names?
Topsy and Turvy, and
Topsy-turvy, yeah.
they it's in the book that after a while they are like they'll run off. But that on its own is just so uninteresting, right? Like you just wake up one morning and it's like, oh yeah, these two are gone. Whatever.
Yep. I think that too, like, you also, like, if we're looking at, like, the 5e adventure module lineup, like, I don't know how many of them you read, but there's definitely a different sort of, like, shift in how, like, the adventures were written, and also, very importantly, how NPCs were written. And Out of the Abyss was in that early lineup there. And
yeah,
it suffered for it, sadly.
Well, it wasn't as early as Horde of the Dragon Queen, which
oh god
is such a mess. I've played through that entire campaign twice, and like it was written like parallel to the player's handbook. So like the player's handbook wasn't even done yet, and they were already writing this adventure.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows.
What, you don't think you can take on 8 encounters at level 1? Little
yeah,
things
I mean
like
that opening is so brutal, and then like on top of that, they have like an infiltration chapter where the whole thing is like contingent on you need to send in like your whole party needs to be like constantly passing charisma checks, or the cultists are going to clock you, and then you're in the middle of a camp full of cultists. What are you going to do?
Oh, let's go, yeah, Fireman. $2 from Fireman, 10K. Thank you.
Yeah, the modules are definitely not equal in quality. I think the storytelling in them is generally quite consistently good, but the mechanics and the organization...
so that's another aspect of D&D as not just D&D, but also all tabletop role-playing games as a whole. I look at all the 5e modules, and there is a great story to tell, but it's a matter of facilitating the mechanics behind it. And another thing to look at, too, is, just looking at D&D's history, I could absolutely just go to my shelf and pick up Keep on the Borderlands and run it for 5e, right? But the real question is, how do the mechanics dictate the story? If I run Tomb of Annihilation using 5e, and then I run Tomb of Annihilation running AD&D, even though they're the exact same adventure, and I could easily scale them, one for one, the T-Rex is the T-Rex, the Goblin is the Goblin, the story that is going to be generated out of that is going to be vastly different.
True, and I think it has an impact on the way the players approach it as well, just in terms of like how things are presented. I remember playing Storm King's Thunder with our mutual friend T-Self.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a great campaign, but you dropped out of it early.
Oh, yes.
But the rest of us continued on for quite a while. But the way it was presented with the mechanics... it ended up feeling extremely gamey, and so we treated it very gamey, right? We kind of stopped engaging with the game as characters, and mostly just approached it as players playing a game, right? Like we knew we had to collect a bunch of stuff. We kind of started doing it more completionist style, where we're just like, yeah, we got enough stuff to like move on, but let's keep going, because why not?
Yeah, I seem to recall you guys would just get a ton of gold and then just like spend it on frivolous things. I seem to recall.
And the way things are presented is very important, right? Like, And this is a problem not just with the module itself, although I think the module does kind of suffer from this. When the players know that, okay, we got to collect 5 MacGuffins and then we'll do the next part of the plot, it stops feeling like an adventure and just starts feeling like, you know, you're just checking boxes to complete your video game experience.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate. Like, there's obviously ways you could fix up Storm King's Thunder to not be fetch quest the game, but it would definitely require a little bit more, you know, tutelage. Which is why, like, you know, going back to Out of the Abyss, you know, you could sit there and say it is a checkbox of you have to go to X number of places and acquire, you know, and then do X number of quests for those people. But it doesn't feel like that the whole time, because the whole time you've got this bigger looming thing of you're in a place you don't want to be.
I think, and the presentation is different, and the players don't know where the goalpost is. I think that's an important aspect.
Yeah. You know, Storm King's Thunder is just, you have to, oh, there's giants, they're doing bad things. It's like, I mean, kinda. Like,
well, there's that, but like once you go to the temple, you're literally given like a checklist of things that you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you know exactly how many you need to do, and you can plan what order you want to do them in. And it's kind of it's just not a great way to engage with a story, right? It's fine for a video game, right? Like having your quest point markers or whatever, but it really takes you out of the role playing experience, I think, to just have that like that little laundry list of, oh yeah, okay, here's my quest list. We're just gonna run down this real quick. And I say that having had a ton of fun playing Storm King's Thunder. It wasn't a very cinematic or engaging experience.
Yeah, and that's another thing is, I don't know if you've kept track of the more recent 5e module releases, but they have definitely steered a lot more away from the sandbox style of gaming, and they definitely leaned a lot more on either the roller coaster or the railroad style of gaming. Like, in fact, the newest release, Spelljammer, that is literally just you go here, you do this, you go here, you do that. Like, there's no deviating from the script, as it were. So I'm wondering if they, like, took some reception from people and just, like, did a complete 180 of too much openness, and then now there's, like, no openness at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I think part of it could too just be like filling different niches, right? Like they've already got a bunch of sandbox games like Out of the Abyss, Storm King's Thunder, Tomb of Annihilation. So maybe they're trying to do more cinematic, story-based things.
Yeah, and I don't know how the Dragonlance one is going to be, but I'm willing to bet Dragonlance is probably going to be in the same vein of, you go here, you are definitely doing this. I'm willing to bet. So
yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I'm wondering, yeah, I do wonder if they're trying to, like, you know, even out the thing as well. Have you also kept up on 1D&D?
I haven't. I don't know a dang thing about it, honestly.
Yeah, I so basically, all in all, they don't want to call D&D's editions anymore. They want to keep D&D 1D&D as a whole. Which
give it a living rule book.
But yeah, they want to give it a living rule book, which I'm willing to bet this is purely just for the marketing thing of trying to sell a 6th edition would be bad for 5th edition and da-da-da, this and that. I'm willing to bet it comes down to that. But
there's that, but also service economy is like the thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so like if they can try to convert as much of D&D as a product into live service as they can, they stand to benefit greatly from that.
Which is what they plan on doing. They're going to have a virtual tabletop, and it's all going to be done through their website. And we all know it's coming, but there's going to be microtransactions for dice. There's going to be microtransactions for your minis. There's going to be microtransactions for for getting like little things you can put on your maps. Like
Yeah,
I
and you
know
can
that they're
stay
gonna
subscribed to get the latest D&D patch notes for the new rules, and oh
exactly,
yeah, I'm sure that's where it's going.
absolutely. It's weird because like when you look at almost every other tabletop role playing game, when you go from one edition to the next, there is like maybe they clean up some rules, maybe they add a new rule here and there, maybe they bump the numbers up or down. For example, being Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is now on its like eighth or ninth edition, and you can literally pick up a first edition adventure and it runs perfectly fine because the rules haven't changed. But for some reason, D&D just like they said we're not keeping editions. You kidding me? Like every edition is just like a brand new take, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's probably just they're trying to get in on the service economy, which I can't blame them for. It's what makes money right now. The overhead costs of running a service are so small that it just makes more sense now to run a service than to sell a product. I mean, even to a certain degree, like you and I are also in the service market.
Yeah.
I know that the the books that I write, I release on Kindle Unlimited. So that's that's an Amazon subscription service where you get access to all of the books that are on their platform for one monthly fee. And yeah, it's like everything is going in that direction now.
It's a strange world we live in. I'm trying to think like could I don't like know like how we don't go in that direction though. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, maybe that's just that's the way things are going to be now. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I do think that as the trends develop around it, we're going to have to, as a as a as a people, as a society, watch for the ways in which people start to be exploited by it, and curb those as early as we can. But ultimately, I think if that's just the way that the world ends up moving, then that's not necessarily a bad thing. We just need to make sure that nobody gets hurt by it.
Yeah, people I feel like are always going to be hurt by change because
Yeah, well, yeah, at first, for sure.
there's two things people hate. They hate change and they hate the way things are.
Yeah, well, and already, like I can tell you that even though I publish all of my books on the Kindle Unlimited platform, I hate it because it forces exclusivity, right? If you're on Kindle Unlimited, you can't have your book anywhere else.
Oof.
It has to be only available there. And I think that's just really bad for ebooks as an industry, period. But Amazon's enormous, right? Like, who's going to stop them? But like, I don't like that. I wish that I could get by without having to rely on that service.
I mean, is there like I like you have to run the numbers, but is there more people outside of that market where you could not form to exclusivity, or is that not possible?
There is a sufficient market in existence. My share of that market isn't big enough for me to manage without it. Basically, I'm a little too small. It's possible to be big enough and successful enough as like an author to have your own following on like Patreon and whatnot, and just like regular Amazon book sales, to live without being on Kindle Unlimited. But as of right now, I think it accounts for probably a good 30% of everything that I make comes specifically from the Kindle Unlimited platform. So it's not small. It's a big big ask to try to take that chunk out.
Sounds like you need to become a YouTuber.
Yeah, I guess.
There's an author, and he just recently he did a thing on YouTube advertising, and he just did a Kickstarter. Oh my gosh, what's the author's
Brandon
name?
Sanderson.
Sanderson. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very famous in my circles.
Yeah, and Sanderson's Kickstarter just was one of the biggest Kickstarters ever, right?
Yep.
So there you go.
He's definitely one of those examples of someone who does not need the does not need Kindle Unlimited. But Kindle Unlimited is more of it's an indie author thing, right? I'm self-published. Brandon Sanderson has traditional publishing houses behind him. He's got a lot of power. He doesn't need to publish independently like I do. But we're here to talk about D&D.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to be in the same boat semi soon. I'm working on several adventures of my own, and my real question is, where do I publish them? Because right now there is the debate on, if I put it on DM's Guild, there is that exclusivity. You put something on DM's Guild, you cannot sell it anywhere else. But DM's Guild, it basically makes up this huge market, and then outside of that, you have self-publishing essentially, and
Yeah.
that's a tough pill for a lot of people to swallow. Of like,
Well, I'd say DM's Guild is still that's still essentially self-publishing, right? You're indie publishing.
Yeah, so it's indie publishing, but exclusivity, and that's what I meant. So basically, you're locked in with DM's Guild, and in fact, one of my YouTuber compatriots just got in some fire recently because he was trying to double dip. He was like selling his stuff on Patreon and on DM's Guild, and then they caught on. But yeah, so it's definitely like tough. Of like, if I want to sell content, like, do I go to DM's Guild where there is more discoverability, but they take quite literally 50% of the earnings? Or do I, potentially sell to less people but get more of the money?
Yeah, 50%'s a lot.
DM's Guild is not kind. They are not.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, like the forehead answer is whatever will make you the most money, but I guess it's not always the easiest decision to make. For me personally, if I could make enough money to get by, right? Like if I could make the money that I'm making now without being on Kindle Unlimited, but I could get 30% extra by going onto the exclusive platform, I'd bite that bullet. I'd be like, all right, no, as long as I can, pay my rent, I just want to have the biggest audience that I can get, because that ultimately the money isn't the point, right? It's necessary to survive, but I just want people to read my story. You just want people to play your games, and so ultimately you got to figure out that balance of what lets you reach as many people as you can, while still putting food on the table.
Until the AIs take over our job as writers.
Yeah, well, so the interesting thing about that is I think there's going to be a very, very big there'll be a big silver age, I think, of where AI is really, really good, but not good enough by itself, where I think you're going to find that authors and artists and people in creative jobs in general are going to find themselves working as directors, doing AI enhanced or AI assisted work rather than necessarily everything just being, oh, it's AI. You just plug it in and the AI does it. It'll be experienced authors and artists who know the craft, who know what they're doing, sort of holding the reins and directing the AI where it needs to go.
I want to see the last hurrah of like right as AIs take over everything. Like, are people going to be pumping out the best things they possibly can? Like, I'm sure some people are just going to like curl over and give up, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people too that like see that their potential end is coming and pump out the finest works possible.
Yeah, maybe. I know there's a friend of mine who is another author who is also an artist. They do a lot of illustrated prose, as like that's sort of their niche. So their stories always have lots of really beautiful pictures that they originally they did digital painting. Well, now what they've started doing is all of their stuff is AI generated, right? They'll make a sketch, then they'll run that sketch through an AI to enhance it, and then they'll do like finishing touches and polishing for the final product. And he's totally embraced the AI as a tool to make his job way faster, right? Like what would have taken him like 10 hours of work is now down to like 1 hour, with half an hour of that being like waiting on AI generation. So
yeah. I think that's important that like some people embrace it, because this literally goes back for however many years, but the literal term neophyte comes from the people that didn't want looms, right? There's people that are always trying to stand in the way of progress or refuse to embrace technology. But I think it's important that instead of trying to stand in its way or just let it walk by, you latch on. You use it to the best of your ability. Like, I think, like, working alongside the AI to make art is going to be awesome. And I think as, like, a writer, you plug in a script, and then like it makes the script even better. Like, that'll be awesome, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be nice to have as a tool, just to lighten the load a little bit, and especially in the modern market of consumerism, right? Has everything is content, right? Like right now, quantity is quality, right? The more you can make, the more you can make. And like being able to most efficiently produce the highest quality stuff you can while still pumping out huge amounts of content, I think that's very, very valuable in today's markets.
Absolutely. Sorry, Lake. Congrats on 10K. Thank you, Andrew. And Luke just got here. Hope everyone is having a good day. I'm having a great day, Luke. I just hit 10K subs, and I'm super famous. I'm not that super famous. I've just got 10K subs. But I'm pretty stoked about it. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, if you like his content, make sure that you check out his Patreon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like I said, I need to work on plugging that. Like, I'm gonna be having like, it's funny because like some people have watched my adventure module guides, and in my adventure module guides, I literally have like my Patreon on like the top banner. But I've talked to several people who have legit said that they didn't know I had a Patreon.
You never even noticed it, right?
It's so like that tells me like, man, like if a visual cue isn't good enough, it's got to be full on me selling myself. Absolutely.
Yeah. The ask is very important.
It sucks too, because like I know that everyone's tired of popping up a YouTube video and hearing, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the thumb or hit the button or whatever. I like.
Yeah, I mean it feels bad, right? You feel like a shill doing it, but like they do that because it works.
It works, and like I remember seeing like a graph on like how much it worked. It was like you get like 40% more subs or views or whatever the frick else.
Yeah, and like the little pop-up graphics that like show you clicking on the like.
Oh yeah, like all that stuff. It goes an extremely long way. Like it is to like it's a degenerate degree of how well it works. I just It's not fair, but you got to do
Yeah.
it.
I I commissioned an artist to like draw me a little like a little sign with like some characters, just asking people to click on Patreon. And as soon as I started using it, like I saw a little bump in in subscribers. So yeah, it's yeah. I mean, marketing is just always going to be part of any form of self-employment project, and you just gotta hold your nose and do it sometimes.
That's also been another part of my problem is the whole self-employment thing. When in regards of YouTube and all my writing and stuff, like I haven't really like gone too far out of besides my like social circle, but some of the most successful people are the people that start with a team. Like just recently, there was a YouTuber called Pointy Hat. Pointy
Mm.
Hat has only put out 16 videos and only started like 3 or 4 months ago, but is now already at 60K subs, and every single one of their videos gets hundreds of thousands of views. And I'm not saying this to be salty, because I'm totally not salty, I swear. But they hit the ground running, and they did so with a art team and like editors and people that assuredly like spread their content around, and that's something that I just didn't do. Like I totally should do. Like I should. Like I know that there's some of the other YouTubers, they have people that spread their videos out on the Reddits and the forums and wherever else. I know that there's other YouTubers that have whole editors that they just record and then they throw the videos at them. I know that there's all these people that do X, Y, and Z, but I just haven't done that, and that's been to my detriment.
Yeah, I mean, growth is always going to be tough in any sort of situation, and there's always like there's an element of luck involved to it too, right? And I think it's really hard to parse out like what's luck and what is hard work that paid off, because there's always going to be a balance, right? Like the slackers don't generally get to the top. There's always going to be some amount of effort put in, but at the same time you can put in all the effort in the world and without a little bit of luck you're probably not going anywhere. um, I know I got quite lucky with my writing. I toiled away for like 5 months, had like 80 people reading my story, and I just wake up one morning and that number is like spiked to 300, and I'm just like, whoa, dog, what happened? And it turned out that another like really big author had like picked up on my story and like given it a shout out.
Heck yeah.
And I kind of rode that wave, and I'm still riding it. Um, but you, there is that element of luck, right? You gotta figure out what it is, and two, the people who are really really successful give some of the worst advice ever.
I wonder, like, it's usually like because they just speak from their own experience, but their own experience usually doesn't work. But I do wonder how many people are like, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they're like totally giving wrong advice. you know, I wonder how often that happens.
Yeah, so there's a Bo Burnham.
Oh,
He's a comedian. He went on
okay.
Conan and kind of it was a funny question to ask him if you were familiar with his work. But Conan asked him like if you had any advice for people who wanted to like do what you do and accomplish what you've accomplished, what advice would you give them? And Bo Burnham just like looks straight at the camera and is like, I think they need to just take a deep breath and give up. Because I got crazy lucky. And me telling you to just work hard and hustle and get it, that is like someone buying lottery tickets and saying, spend all your money, liquidize your assets, buy Powerball, it works. Um, and I think that is kind of a problem, is that a lot of the people at the top like to attribute all and they did work hard, right? And so they'll attribute all of their success to their hard work, but they'll forget, maybe they kind of started out on a pretty strong foot. They were kind of lucky at the beginning.
Yeah, and another problem with that too is the whole discoverability of you're more than likely going to watch, Leonardo DiCaprio, let's say. You're more likely going to see a Leo DiCaprio, whatever the Leo, let's call him, his damn name. You're going to see his movies all the time, and you think, oh, I want to be like him, but in reality, like there's so many actors in the middle there that appear in B and C rate movies, and that's perfectly fine. You'll be way more successful than everybody else, but most people only see the top pinnacle 0.001% and then want to be that. But it sucks. Like on YouTube, I think that's even more of a problem because on YouTube, I go to the Discover page, like on my first page, I see Markiplier and PewDiePie and whoever else, and it's like, oh, I can make videos just like them. I can do that, right? But. But can I? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm in the 1% with 10K subs. Like I am in the top 1% of YouTubers. But even then, like that's like think about how many people does that mean that are below me, and think about all the people that are above me that are that much higher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat with my writing, right? Like I'm in the top 1%, and like it feels weird because I'm like I'm in the top 1% making like below minimum wage money on what I do, and it's like so many people are gonna like see that and like try to replicate it, only seeing like the top 1% of the 1%. And then getting disheartened when they don't get there, or they don't reach that same level of success. So I think small measurable goals are good, and you know what, 10K, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm sadly no button for me. gotta add another 0 to the mix, but I am perfectly fine with 10K. 10K is
definitely something to be proud of.
Is once again, very very few people actually get it, which it is dope. My other problem too is if I want to be successful on YouTube overall as a whole, I would not have chosen D&D because D&D is a very 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 niche market.
Yeah, it's pretty niche.
But other than that,
and so I mean that kind of like brings me back to what I was saying about like people who are they're at the top, but they kind of started at the top, right? Like, so people see things like Critical Role and they think, oh, D&D, that's actually like something you can that's something you can do and like have build success off of it. And it's like, well, kind of Matt Mercer he was already at the top when he started. So
yeah, I
mean, he didn't really have to climb up.
I mean, the next closest thing to Critical Role would be if like Joe Manganiello streamed his game and like where he's got all the famous people in his game. Like if he started a D&D stream, it wouldn't be because the D&D stream is good. I think it'd be more attributed to the fact that he's good looking and famous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Trying to
while we're talking about meta conversations, I've noticed you do a lot of networking in the sort of D&D YouTube community.
Mm-hmm.
So who are some other D&D content creators that you would recommend that are kind of like smaller that might fall through the cracks? Because I only really follow like your channel. So
yes, let me pull up all their channels here. I got quite a few. Okay, so Steely Sam, he does a bunch of shorts on a whole bunch of just monsters and places and people in the D&D universe. So if you're into quick little tidbits on people's places and things, then Steely Sam's the way to go. If you're into old school adventure modules, then questing. I'll start linking these. In fact, I'll start linking all these channels.
It's a good idea.
Go. And mind you, I only have the one monitor, so I gotta like alt tab and do all this stuff. Freaking sucks.
I'm on the one monitor life too.
Oh,
I
the
understand.
worst. So Steely Sam's great for shorts. Let me pull up another person here. So if you're into old school adventure modules, then Questing Beast is pretty great. I watch him all the time to be on the lookout for some fun old school stuff. Let me pull up some more here. God dang, there's so many. It's funny because I started my D&D YouTuber journey, and there was a bunch of other people that started like near around my time, but a bunch of them have given up because that also plays into the whole thing of like, oh hey, this YouTuber only just started like 5 months ago, but they're already at 50K subs. Like, why didn't I get that? And then they get all disheartened, which I'm not gonna lie, it's disheartening, but
Well, so I'm a different kind of content creator, but I think there's a surprising amount of similarities between indie authors, particularly doing web serials, and content creators like Twitch streamers and YouTubers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you see a lot of that in my spaces as well. You'll even see people who objectively are being very successful, right? They'll be in their first month, they'll be at the top of the trending list. They'll be pulling in like 3,000 a month on Patreon, and you're like, well, this person has made it. This person's doing it. They're living the dream, and then they just drop off the face of the earth because they just couldn't keep up with it.
That freaking sucks. Let's take a look. Okay, so Wally DM. This is your go-to guy if you want puzzles in your tabletop role-playing games, because puzzles I find are always one of those things that most DMs are bad at doing, and subsequently most players hate because DMs are bad at doing them. So there's some good thing right there with Wally DM. I'll get two more. Legal Kimchi. He makes very, very long analysis videos on a bunch of fun things like leather armor in history D&D. Is leather armor actually a thing? Patreon. I should link my Patreon. I think my Patreon link's in my what do you call it thing?
That's not good enough.
My thing. Let me grab it here.
You can't just drop it in the description. Nobody reads that.
Nobody reads that stupid description.
You gotta click a thing to even see it. You gotta click on show more. You don't even see that there's links there. No one clicks on that.
Nobody.
Not a single person.
So there's my Patreon link there.
You still gotta have it, obviously.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta have it, but it's just not good enough to have it there. And one more D&D YouTuber. Let me find a smaller person.
Another good spot is like at the end of your videos, how YouTube lets you have those little pop-ups you can click on.
Yep.
Getting it in there. Another place everyone ignores, and no one will actually click on.
It is.
You got to do it.
So YouTube actually lets you see like when people are watching your videos, and you can see that like the drop off of the last like 20 to 30 seconds is immense.
Yeah, as soon as people see those pop-ups, their brain shuts off. They're gone.
Yep. It's amazing how quickly they are to just go, nope, we're done. And I'll say Dungeon Masterpiece is great for geopolitics in your tabletop role-playing games, because geopolitics is a fun thing to think about. Like, normally we just think of, you go into the, you're in the town, and then you go out into the wilderness. But like, think about like, how does the city come about, and how does this city's, borders conflict with that city's borders, and
Fireman's an expert. Show. Look at him go.
I thank you
beast.
so much. I need shills. I need to shill myself, honestly. I need to be my number one shill, but I'll take anyone selling me. I'm okay with that. He can't advertise, so I'll do it for him. Yeah, that's my problem. That's my problem is I just not good at it.
Yeah, with web serials. I have two. I have kind of two platforms that I write on. I'm sort of double dipping. So I release the new chapters for free, and then when they're old and stale and they're not driving anymore, Patreon engagement, then I compile them all into a book and I yeet it over to Amazon. But at the end of each chapter, I've got like a little author's note that's got a whole slew of little like advertising shoutouts. That's basically the equivalent of the end of video links. Everyone just scrolls past them to hit next chapter. Nobody looks at them at all.
Absolutely.
So the real trick is intermittently at the start of a video or the start of a chapter, you do a little just a little plug, just real quick.
Yeah, so now that I'm in the 10K club, that's when basically you essentially air quote unlock vision. Basically companies really start like looking at you and they're like, "Oh, you're at 10K subs. You're worth like throwing some money at." And recently there's been a bunch of people advertising or getting advertisements for all my YouTube compatriots, and they all like a lot of these companies are like, you can't plug this ad at the end. You have to plug us in the first 45 seconds of the video.
Because that's the best spot.
Exactly.
For an intermittent plug. Because people, if it's short enough, right? Like if it's just like a little 10-second, hey, if you like my stuff, go to my Patreon or check out my social media here or whatever. People won't like ignore or skip past that, right? Because they'll be like, all right, well, it's just a quick little thing, and it gets them thinking about it, which is good.
Yeah, but the problem is
you can't do it all the time, because if you do it all the time, then they get used to it and they just start ignoring it again.
The problem with some people, some companies that are trying to get YouTubers to advertise is like semi recently. I can't remember the name of the company, nor would I say the name anyway. But the company was like, yeah, we want a 2-minute ad, and it needs to start within the first 45 seconds of the video. It's like
interesting.
It's like I don't know how many people would be willing to do that. A little bit too much. And you can't do the scummy thing of like putting up like a timestamp to try and get people to like skip over the ad too.
Have you heard of Elder Brain? I don't know what that is.
Elder Brain, the Elder Brain as in like the thing that controls mind flayers?
That's what comes to mind when I hear it, but it sounds like it's...
That might be a YouTuber. Let me double check.
A thing or a person.
I'd assume it'd be the... the monster, the Elder Brain, which is the one that runs little illithid societies. It's also a 5-mana 2-black magic card.
Nice. I do like the D&D and Magic crossovers. Although it's less D&D and Magic and more Baldur's Gate 3 and Magic.
It is for sure.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
It for sure was. They definitely like leaned in heavily toward like, like, oh hey, here's these named people that you know and love. Hey, here's that one spell.
Yeah.
Here's the classic line.
I feel it's a little weird. Doing like heavily crossing over with a game that's not out yet, but I mean, Wizards can do whatever they want. I guess they're made of money.
They are quite literally made of money. Like, I don't know if you've seen, but in the tabletop role-playing game sphere, and not even including the card game sphere, but in the tabletop role-playing game sphere, their next highest competitor is only making like $35 million in the same amount of span that Wizards is making $1 billion. So, like, it is not comparable. I couldn't imagine. Like, I actually do want to look at the numbers for Magic the Gathering because I feel like Magic the Gathering, like, how could any other card game compete? Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Can't even be close. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like a meme and all, but
I mean, it's a good game, but so Elder Brain is a community that produces community-based campaigns, monsters, and other DM material.
that sounds cool.
Mm-hmm.
Elder Brain, I'll have to check that out. Although, if I type in Elder Brain, I'm willing to bet that
it's gonna
pop up Elder
with
Brain
other stuff.
community.
We could ask That Depends to link it.
That would help. That would help. Pokemon is the only card game that can compete. Who owns Pokemon? Is it there's no way Hasbro owns Pokemon. There's no way, right? If they had the monopoly on that, that'd be great. Which is funny because Hasbro is Monopoly too. But regardless, Wizard of the Coast is just, they've got no competition in regards of like their little schemes of Magic the Gathering. They're able to pump out, a new set every 3 months, a new secret layer with like 5 cards that you're going to spend $30 on. And
this is interesting. Wizards of the Coast had the license for the Pokemon trading game, but lost it in 2003.
How could... Well, 2003, there's a different time, I guess. But man, if they had held on to Magic and Pokemon, oh my god. That would be something else. Like, I legit wonder if, like, that would actually come under, like, Monopoly. Like, with the government have to get involved if there was only one trading card company, or trading card game in the world, essentially. Only Magic and only Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Does all right, but it is a fair bit smaller.
It's... as a kid, I grew up on that Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon. I don't know if you could even consider it an anime, the way the 4 kids dubbed it. But, my god.
Hello, Not Ghosty.
Hello, Not Ghosty. How's it going? Celebrating 10K subs here and talking with everyone, answering your hard-hitting questions for D&D and all your tabletop role-playing game needs.
Just a reminder, if anyone else wants to jump in here, I'm not trying to hog all the time. You can come into the Discord channel, go to the waiting room, and I'll step aside for you.
I'll yeet them out. So so it sounds like you're still on that Magic fix then.
No, I had to stop. I started playing it again, briefly a little while ago. Just because a lot of the people that I knew were playing it. My girlfriend started playing it. But like I was maybe 2 weeks back into MTGA and I dropped like $200 on it and I was just like, never mind, I'm out.
So you made half of a deck is what you're saying.
I played my first game of Dungeons & Dragons when I was 7 years old and my mother was my DM.
Unfortunately, Not Ghosty, I didn't get into D&D into later in life, so I probably was only 20... Oh, God. How old I would have... Maybe 23 at the time? Sounds about right. Maybe 20... Yeah, sounds about right.
And who was your first DM, Trevor?
My first DM was you. My first DM was you, and I begged and pleaded for you to run me a game. And you ran the bejesus out of that game. But it's funny, like many, the chicken came before the egg. I was a player, like most. But I'm not a player that often. I took hold of my DM for life, tag. And I'm proud of it.
Yeah, I mean, you came out of the Abyss campaign, and you were just like, all right, I'm going to DM games.
Which is funny because I'm sure you all remember my first trial runs were not the greatest, but I had a method of repetition as key. Like I wasn't trying to improve my craft in any one little go. I just straight up just was like, I'm going. And I remember counting like back then. I ran a ton of games. I was running tons of little one shots and tons of little campaigns, and then it just started clicking more and more. And I think I think at some point I got semi decent at being a DM.
Yeah, somewhere along the line, probably. Presumably.
At some point. Hopefully. Hopefully. I don't get too many complaints.
That's good. Just when you drop, ninja T-Rexes on people.
That gets referenced by so many people, and it's just like, it's still one of those things where it's like, looking back on it, I still have no regrets because none of them died, so screw them all. But it's just such a great meme of the 4 T-Rexes 50 feet away. People complain. It's great.
I had a first time DM who had never even met or spoken to you, who introduced a ninja T-Rex as a boss monster, just because of you, because of
the
that
story. It's a great. I'll tell you what. The Frontier, a lot of great stories came out of that. A lot of great stories. The classic "I am your leader now" speech. The classic epic tale of Dopey. The classic "don't open more doors in the middle of a fight" story. Like. I seem to recall you actually were present for some of a decent amount of the good ones.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for Slippy's death. I was there for the TPK orcs.
Which ones?
The first ones.
There was a few TPK orcs in my time.
I was the only one to survive the first TPK orcs. Yeah.
I remember.
I never lost a character at the Frontier.
Yeah, because your character essentially, retired, which was more than acceptable. That was, once again, that like, if I were to run the Frontier, but if I ran it using AD&D, right, like, like how would all of that play out, right? It would have been an entirely different experience. I do want to run a West Marches, but using like an older, like kind of system. Maybe not necessarily older, but like an OSR style system.
Yeah, were you there for the KDM based game?
Well, yeah.
So that's what that was. That was it was Dungeon Crawl Classics. I didn't tell anyone. That's what we were playing. But that's what we were playing. And that's what it was supposed to be. It was going to be a sort of like go out and do your own exploring kind of game with the settlement as like as a hub. It died before we got there, but that initial like adventure getting to the settlement, that was the meat grinder dungeon of the Dungeon Crawl Classics.
Wait, which one? I've been running a ton of DCC recently.
I don't remember. I modified a bunch of the rules to be more Kingdom Death flavored.
But was it an official module or that you were looking at, or just making it?
Yeah. I went off of I still have the PDF somewhere that I downloaded, but it was Dungeon Crawl Classics. See if I can find it.
Yeah, because I recently for my community I've been running a ton of 0th level one shots, and most of the people showing up have never played. They've only ever played 5e, where they get to live out their power fantasy. And it's always great saying, "Hey, here you go, have 4 peasants. Good luck." And it's been a really great experience, because the thing I love most is when people complete an objective not through their character sheet but through their character. And of course that can, like, when you have a 0th level peasant, they've only got their pitchfork or their torch or whatever. You don't have these abilities, you don't have these spells. So everything you achieve, everything you overcome, isn't through a skill you picked up or a feat. It's through your choices. You chose to attack. You choose to push this boulder. You choose to sneak around. You choose to put this object in that device, and that is very, very rewarding. It's been great seeing a bunch of people try out something new. And
yeah, it was literally just the Dungeon Crawl Classics core book that I picked it up and read through it and modified the rules to fit the setting a little bit better.
Okay. My first D&D game I played was when my teacher and me and 5 other friends played. That's dope.
That's dope. Pretty rad. That's a cool ass teacher. I remember there was a teacher in my high school who used to play Magic the Gathering with us at lunch. It was awesome.
So recently, me and several other YouTubers, we were thinking of doing this initiative where we try to basically create D&D clubs for our local schools. And I just looked into my school, and surprise, surprise, they don't have a D&D club. But they've got a whole bunch of lame clubs like, cheer and, what's the thing where everyone's like pretending to be a country? Oh my gosh, why am I blanking on that name? Everyone's trying to pretend to be like a representative in the UN.
Yeah, I don't know what that club is called.
Do they not have that in Canada?
No, but I'm familiar with the concept.
I'm trying to think of the name. I can't remember either, but they got a whole bunch of lame clubs, and they don't have a D&D club. So I was thinking of basically, trying to show up and be like, hey, let's start a D&D club. I think it could be good to get the youths into a team building, cooperative, social experience, and it's totally not satanic. I swear.
Well, phrasing, Fireman, phrasing.
My teacher plays the Oh no. 15, we started before a pandemic, yet memorable. Only had 3 sessions. Only 3 sessions.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's a pretty common story, I think, for D&D.
The sad truth, the cold, harsh reality of our world is most games do not go out in a cry of defiance and epicness. Most games don't end with a climactic cheer as the campaign concludes. Most campaigns die a slow, sad, and more importantly, a quiet death, where people just don't schedule anymore.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of it, People got things to do, it sucks.
That's how Out of the Abyss ended. We briefly tried a revival where we did play-by-posts because we couldn't get everyone's schedules to line up, but
I'm perfectly fine with play-by-post, but I think the other people weren't into play-by-post. I think play-by-post is just not as gripping to some.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. You know what? I feel like I mentioned this before the other time that I was on your channel. But one thing that I think is a little overlooked in the D&D community in general is doing live text-only sessions, right? So playing on like a virtual tabletop like Roll20 or something, where all the in-character dialogue is done in text. I think it works really, really well for very role-play heavy cinematic style campaigns, because I think you'll find that the vast majority of people who play D&D are way better writers than they are actors.
True.
And so I've had a lot of very good experiences doing text-only live sessions.
And I think what a really great part about that too is, as a player, you just always are reacting and can quickly do whatever. But as a DM, you typically have a lot more going on. But thankfully, if you do a little bit of prep, you can literally have like nice little text blurbs and just immediately copy paste. You can have a lot of you can have exactly what the NPC needs to say. You can have describing the area. You can have these things done super quickly that you might not be able to do that quickly with verbal.
Yeah, being able to just slap a blurb in there is really nice.
Ran a club of A+, was a student, just played D&D, speculated we may get in trouble, so I called it the Strategy Club, no questions.
Strategy Club.
Yeah, I think that, like, depending on, like, where you are and you know, whatnot, D&D might not be the best thing, but thankfully, because of Critical Role, not Critical Role, Stranger Things, maybe Stranger Things may be turning people around on the whole, you know, it's not a bad thing. Who knows?
Yeah, I remember in my when I was in college, there was a media studies club, and they literally just watched anime. That was it.
Of course.
That was the club.
Oh, of course. Cultural Appreciation Club. just watch some foreign movies or whatever. I'm a teacher and run the club at my middle school. Heck yeah! It has challenges no one wants to DM. Yeah, we were talking about this way earlier before Black Rabbit, but I think the future is going to be AI DMs, where either you're just playing at a table or you put on your VR headset or whatever, and instead of having to decide and debate who's going to be the DM, everyone gets to play. You know, I think that'll be perfectly cool. And then also it'll be like considered retro if you have like a human DM, you know, like, and you can be like, oh, you know, I'm so old school, I've got a person as a DM. What up? You know, that could be like some sort of, you know, like sign of coolness, I guess. I don't know.
the hipster DMs.
Oh, you know, I don't use an AI. Look at this loser DM. He draws his own art. I can DM him, not in middle school though. That's the other problem too. Is you know, you typically can't show up to a random school and take charge. You know, you typically got to go through some there's some process. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in my high school, we had a youth pastor from a nearby church who came over, and we got him to play Magic the Gathering with us.
Heck yeah.
He was a cool guy. He worked at like at a hobby store that we all started going to play Magic and D&D and stuff.
The real question,
which is weird because he was like, this is the most religious guy that I know, but he was into it. He's all the nerd stuff, D&D, Magic. He's still a good friend of mine, even now that I'm an adult. And I've literally like played D&D with his wife and kid, and that kid wasn't even like born when I met him. So it's an experience for sure.
I'm trying to remember because I think there were some satanic like undertones in 90s MTG, but like I can't remember like early 2000s MTG. Like I didn't experience it. Like, was there anything of like that sort that would like cause people to not look at it or like look at it with a religious zeal, as it were?
Yeah, I don't know. I think generally people are just a lot more willing to like treat fiction as fiction these days.
I mean, I remember when Harry Potter was popping off, and that was a thing of like, oh, I can't let my children read this devil witchcraft, you know?
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine
now
having.
You can't let your children read it because.
well,
that's
a whole. That's a whole other thing. But like, it's funny to think because, like, you know, we obviously didn't experience it, but that satanic panic, you know, that's something else. You know, imagine a young Tom Hanks making a movie about someone playing D&D and losing their mind and like threatening to kill himself. Like that's the satanic panic right there.
Yeah, that was a different time for sure.
It's funny to think, like, I just couldn't imagine that now. Because, like, I think, like, the biggest thing that came up recently was what's his face? Lil Nas X was selling shoes with blood in them for like promoting his music video where he's like sliding down into hell and giving the devil a lap dance or whatever.
Teaches at a private Catholic school, just doesn't run devils or demons in the game. Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
It's a bunch of middle school kids. You probably don't want to be like...
You don't want to get into the nuance of that anyway, right?
Yeah.
I think that's another thing too, is like, if you do want to lean into the religious side of D&D, you could easily do that, right? Like, instead of being a cleric for insert, D&D deity, you're a cleric of God, you're a paladin of God, you're smiting evil monsters, you're going up against like the evil devil's forces or whatever. Like, I think you can like easily run that, I don't know how many people are willing to do that. I don't know, but I think it's slotted in well. Personally, whenever I run for younger people, though, I don't like to run any sort of nuance. Like, I usually just like to run, oh, hey, there's the skeleton. The skeleton's, like, tap dancing and wearing, a cape and a monocle, and it cackles at you. You fight the cackling skeleton. Like, with middle schoolers in particular, I definitely wouldn't want to get into, like, political intrigue and espionage and things like that.
Unrealistic. A real no fun allowed campaign would have 300 skeletons.
Absolutely. But they only fight you one at a time. Or call them something else, like a different stat block. Yeah. Big sad for the story points. I mean, they're beating those bad things. Or cleric of saints, so-and-so. Yeah. Right? Like, I'm trying to think. Like, whenever I run for kids, I usually run the classic thing of like, oh hey, you go and fight the necromancer, and the necromancer is like, you hear the necromancer calling out to you the whole time, but when you see him, he's like a 2-foot gnome, and he sounds like this, and he tries to be all menacing, Or one of my go-to favorites is running a game of like, oh hey, you're Santa's elves, and Santa's getting attacked recently. You're at Santa's workshop. Go find whoever's attacking Santa Claus. Things like that.
What kind of monster would attack Santa Claus?
Spoiler alert, it's his wife. She's trying to break his legs or break his arms so he doesn't have to go, delivering presents again and again. She wants him to retire.
Yeah, this story got way too real.
She's like, I'm tired of you working all year long. Give it to somebody else. I need to write that. I've ran that several times. I need to actually write that down and sell it because, like, I think that could be a pretty cute one. That's another issue. I think that's another issue too. Is like, so a lot of people are writing these 5e adventures for 5e, and sometimes they double dip and try to write them for like other tabletop systems too. Like maybe they slap in some OSR, stat blocks or whatever else. But right now, 5e could potentially be in jeopardy because the rules are changing with 1 D&D, which will be coming in, like, I guess 2 years, like 1.5 years, I guess. So I wonder if, like, anyone's working on, like, a project right now and is, like, either going to let it sit on the back burner, or if they're going to, like, try and just pump it out extra quick right now. Because if the rules change, that could drastically affect, like, products being sold.
Yeah, I guess it could. I feel like you can probably just run a... like, if you're trying to write, like, a campaign, right? You can just do the broad strokes, right? Like, the story beats, the like, lore, the settings, and so you do all, like, the world-building stuff, and then you can worry about the mechanical aspects later.
Yeah, I don't know how most people feel about this, but like I think I'd be perfectly fine if like I just picked up adventure notes that had nothing to do with like mechanics and then just like insert mechanics where needed. But there is unfortunately a lot of people who like just need like literally everything down to the mechanical T of like, okay, how does traveling work, and then how does this one specific encounter work? How does this puzzle work? How does X, Y, and Z work? And and like if you look at 5e, like if you look at like like if you stripped out all the mechanics, like the stat blocks, for example, of monsters, like you're cutting like half of the module out. So
Yeah.
much of adventure modules are just mechanics. It's ridiculous.
Oh, and from chat, there's a good point. Some people are just going to stick with the older editions anyway. So,
But didn't you hear there is no more old editions? It's all one D&D.
well, the old editions are still going to exist, right?
Yeah, for sure. And
There just won't be new editions.
there just won't be any new editions, right? And I'm sure like when fourth edition was coming out, I'm sure a lot of third edition creators were like probably sweating, like, oh great, is fourth edition gonna ruin all my hard work for 3? And then those people went on to make Pathfinder stuff.
What I wonder is are people going to be doing back patch 1D&D games where they're like, oh, we didn't like this last update, so we're playing as though it didn't happen. It's like, all right, so we're playing 1D&D 1.3.4.
Exactly, right?
Because sure you got your right version.
Well, the big one, Techno, I don't know if you've seen, but the big talking point that I see a lot of people complaining about is how crits work.
I don't care about crits, but go on. I'm interested to hear.
So, no more monster crits, no more magic crits. The only people and things that crit are now PCs with weapons. No more sneak attack doing crit damage. No more smites doing crit damage. No more, inflict wounds or guiding bolts doing crits. And also, very importantly, no more monsters critting.
I mean, that's one way to make the martial classes not feel like shit, I guess.
Yeah, that's like I'm always trying to see it from the other side, and absolutely like it's such a huge buff to the martials. It's like.
Well, no, it's a debuff to everything else, but
I'm looking at it as a buff to martials. But, it's one of those things, because it's like, when you compare the fighter to the paladin and the paladin nearly attack at the same exact attack rate for the first 10 levels. At level 11, the fighter does get to attack more often. Mm-hmm. But except for, once every short rest, the fighter gets one extra attack with their action surge. So, maybe you say that the fighter attacks 10% more often. Now, when the fighter crits, instead of doing 1d10 damage, they do 2d10 damage. Woo! But when the paladin crits, instead of doing 1d10 plus 3d8 damage, they're now doing 2d10 plus 6d8 damage. And even though the fighter technically crits, a little bit more often, there is no way that it can ever catch up to the paladin's crits, which are just bonanzas.
Right, but is the paladin not an attack with a weapon? Wouldn't it crit anyway?
Yeah, so the weapon's attacking, but the smite no longer. The
smite, sure. I mean, our favorite, Devil's Sight, Darkness.
I'm making a video about that.
Hexblade, Warlock. Nobody can see but me.
Oh. I'm literally making a video about that. I think it's coming out in like 2 or 3 days, but it's literally my player made a Hexblade Warlock with Devil's Sight. What do I do? Oh god. It's just it's just one of those things where
get the Sentinel and Polearm Master in there too, just
Oh yeah, that's another thing is
check all the boxes.
No longer is human gonna be the only one that gets a level 1 feat. Everyone gets a feat at level 1.
Yeah, there's the level 1 feats, but they're like specific.
Yes, right? they're not. They're not. Basically, each feat is gonna be like level tiered out.
Mm-hmm. Which is that's a little bit more like the 3.5 edition, right? You had a lot of feats had certain prerequisites that you had to make, and some of them had like level requirements.
To my knowledge, they aren't doing feat trees. Because third edition, like of course, had a ton of feat trees.
Yeah, it had a lot of unnecessarily complex stuff going on. But
it's funny because you compare third edition feats to fifth edition feats, and it's like, okay, the fifth edition dual wielder feat would have been like 3 feats in third edition. But I mean,
I can't imagine that'll stand after playtest, the crit thing. Well, I don't know. It could. I don't think it's not a huge loss really for anybody.
It's a big loss for the DMs that want to roll extra dice. And I think that's sort of one of the things is like whenever a lot of this new supplemental material is coming out for 5th edition, there is a ton for the players because they get new subclasses and they, I guess, get one new class and they get new spells and they get new feats and they get new da-da-da. But
yeah, and then DMs get a new list of monsters that they never use because they don't fit in the setting.
Exactly. They get a new list of monsters. They get a new adventure module, which per 5e or Wizard of the Coast understanding, only half of DMs even run adventure modules.
Oh, and you get new items that you can give to the player.
Exactly. You know, it feels very weird because all things considered, it's the DMs that are going to be buying more often than not. But you, as a DM, you technically feel like you're just buying things for your players. You're not buying them for you. You know, obviously, like what you're getting at, what you're putting into the game, where you're getting out of the game, yada yada. But
DMs are the real oppressed class.
You know, that's how a lot of DMs feel, right? A lot of DMs feel like they're getting oppressed not only by Wizard of the Coast not putting out material, but they're also getting oppressed by their players, which are demanding shiny new things constantly. You know, that capitalistic consumerism is coming for our adventurers who get bored with +1 swords and demand more, right?
I think so. 5e had something that I really like from a design perspective, right? The bounded accuracy.
Oh,
right?
bounded accuracy.
I really like that design philosophy, but at the same time, while on paper the idea that a +1 sword should feel like powerful and magical, it's never going to. Nobody is ever going to get excited about +1 to their die. They just won't. You need more.
My sword doesn't give me 3 new spells to activate or a new feature, you know. It's so sad too because like that's another issue, air quote issue I have with 5e is just not necessarily the power creep. Like I don't care about the power level. What I care more about is the feat creep. Is the fact that 5e, you look at someone's character sheet and they've got so many features on it, so many. You know, and not only do you have so many of these features, but they're taking up different slots. Like you've got your actions, and then you've got your bonus actions, and you've got your reactions, and you got your things that sacrifice, you know, your movement or X, Y, and Z. And yeah, if you're a super nerd, that's awesome. But I'm here to tell you, the best way to get people into the hobby is with simplicity. And unfortunately, like showing a new person fresh off the street a character sheet will scare them away. There's way too many skills. There's way too many features.
Keeping them there is what's is what the features are meant to do. Because, like I was saying, like an extra number on your sheet. Sure, number go up, you get a little dopamine hit. That's nice. But what's really going to excite people and get them like thinking and engaging is going to be new things that they can do that they couldn't do before. And I think that's where that kind of design philosophy ends up coming from. And you saw it in 4th edition. I think they did that very well. You don't often hear people praising 4th edition, but
well, the classic line is 4th edition is a great RPG, but it's not a great D&D.
Yeah, it was very good at making sure that every single level, you always had something totally new that your character now can do that they could not do before. And I think that was very good because it made every level feel unique and important and powerful.
Which, you know, once again, that leans into the whole thing of, you know, what do people want out of the game? Do they want to feel awesome and epic and heroic and badass? And while, admittedly, a lot of people are going to say yes to that, not everyone is. And but the problem is, if you say, no, I don't want to, like, feel all powerful and awesome and badass, well, you know, then what are you going to do with your character sheet being filled up with these 27 features that you have? And as a spellcaster, what are you going to do about the fact that you've got you have to look at this list of 100 spells and choose, which one, right? It's a lot. It's a lot to ask. And I don't know how Wizard of the Coast is actually going to make the game appear simple to drag newbies in. I've got no idea how they're going to do that, but like 5e as it stands right now, like someone shows up and they see that there's 39 books in the 5e lineup. They see that there's 12 classes and 116 subclasses and 500 spells and 80 feats and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's definitely a lot.
It's a lot.
I think with 1D&D, the most important thing is going to be a easily accessible, ideally free, like new player kit that they can just pick up and start playing the game like right away.
Yeah, the newest starter set that just came out, Stormwreck Isle. That one is a pretty simple adventure. You just show up to in a location, you get into a fight with zombies, you get 3 little quests that you get to do, and then you get to go fight a dragon, and that's the end of story. And it's very, very simple. And I think simple is absolutely great for dragging new people in, but I think at the same time, there's a lot of people that are already in the hobby and then they don't want simple.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's tough.
Having the options are important, I think. But like initial accessibility is probably more important than appealing to the already invested. Because, I mean, this is my marketer in me talking, right? Like the people who are already invested. You've already got them. You have a certain amount of responsibility to them for sure, but they're never going to be the people that you want to focus on the most. And I think it's easy for consumers to get irritated by that or feel alienated, but it's always going to be the new player. Like that's always the person that you're aiming for in your design and your marketing, right? Like I'm definitely going to listen to what my patrons think about the things that I do, but I'm also going to be paying very close attention to what the people who aren't my patrons want and what I can do to appeal to them.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things of like you want to retain the people, but at the same time, what does retaining actually do for you?
Shelby built their newbies pre-made character sheets and had them fill in all the flavor and personality aspects. Then when they hit level 4, introduced feats and backgrounds to really get them into their PCs. That's very clever.
Yeah,
that's a great way to do it.
I think that's absolutely one of the better ways to go about it because once again, if I grab some random person off the street and say, hey, you're a level 1 wizard, you have 6 spells, go. Like, what the frick? Most people don't have the ability to read that. What are these skills? Why do I have a +3 here but a +5 there? Why do I have this? Why do I have that? So I think getting noobs in as seamlessly as possible is the best way to go about it. Oh man, that's another thing too. Is like the movie that's coming out. As I'm sure you're well aware, there's a D&D movie coming out, and that one is definitely like probably not going to be aimed toward the hardcore D&D vets who know the lore and know the spells and know the rulings, because screw those people. we need fresh blood. Like the big upset about the whole trailer is you see a person turn into an owlbear, which mechanically can't do. Right.
Maybe so, but that's pretty baller, actually.
It's pretty badass.
Owlbear.
Like literally, like everyone is literally saying, like, if you're a druid, you can shapeshift into an owlbear now. If you cast polymorph, you can polymorph people into owlbear now. I'm okay with it. But I think the more than the game, one D&D, I think the movie, if that movie actually becomes like a worldwide phenomenon, like I think that could be the greatest thing that's happened to D&D.
Yeah, maybe the last D&D movie didn't do so hot.
Yeah, the whole last few D&D movies, all were just incredibly shite, unfortunately. But the newest one actually has a star-studded cast behind it, and actually has some shiny CGI behind it. So
Very
here's hoping.
nice.
I'm more than willing to bet it's going to be a perfectly serviceable movie. More than willing to bet. Oh man, thanks guys. Appreciate the positive feedback. No, yeah, I mean that's honestly, yeah, a great way to go. Is slowly introduce them, because once again, if you slap in front of new players, hey, here's exactly what you need to plan for your character for all 20 levels. You're gonna get people walking out the door.
It can be very overwhelming. I think just giving them like the initial choice of just like here's some broad ideas, some broad concepts that you can have for your characters, right? Like, do you want to be someone who like gets in close and punches people? Do you want to be like more of a healer type? You give them those vague ideas, and then just give them like a pre-made character, and then as Shelby said, right, like as they get into it and get a bit more comfortable, you can introduce new ideas and let them customize their characters a bit more to their own specifications, now that they have more of a context to understand what their choices mean.
I think another very important thing too is understanding how mechanical they want to go with it, because I've ran for players for a decent amount of time where they didn't like necessarily have to know the rules. They just told me, hey, I want my character to cut the chandelier and drop it on the person in the tavern. I want to shove that person out of the way and do this and that. And I love that, because I love when the mechanics aren't getting in the way of like what they want to do, and I just simply translate the mechanics. But
yeah, right. It goes back to that like Chaos Engine guy who's like, yeah, I'm gonna like dig through the bushes and like make a makeshift ghillie suit. It's like, yeah, that's gonna take you 10 turns, but we'll make it work. We'll find a way, all right? Because that sounds fun. That's dope.
Absolutely.
Dragon, is it a good warlock patron? Is that a new thing, or is that like a
proposal? I know there was the Fizzband's dragon thing, but which came out with a monk subclass and a ranger subclass. It did not come out with a warlock subclass. Though right. I dig the idea of a dragon patron.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It'd have to be a hell of a dragon, though, right? Couldn't just be any old dragon.
Yeah, that's the important thing too. Is like, I mean, the great thing about the dragon in particular is dragons could be so like specific with what they want, and they could be using you, and that's what I believe all patrons should be doing. Is they should always be using their warlock to do whatever bidding they need. So I dig a dragon being like, hey, I'm giving you some cool, dragon powers, and it'll be like flavored for whatever, thing they are. Are they red? Are they brass? Are they green? Whatever. Like, that could be cool.
True, and I think that is something that is easy to struggle with as a DM with warlock patrons, is because they're so high concept. It can be very difficult sometimes to even like visualize or conceptualize what kind of things the warlock patron might want their warlock to even do. Right, like what are the motives of a great old one? Who the fuck knows?
Maybe the old one doesn't even know. Who knows?
Oh, with a dragon, it's maybe a little more simple, right? The dragon wants you to aggrandize them and get them treasure.
Yeah, especially if it is a chromatic dragon, like you definitely just play into that side. Like if it's a white dragon, then like they want like to hunt and be bestial. If it's a green dragon, they want to use some subterfuge. If it's a red dragon, they want dominance. If you have a good dragon patron, then you lean in on the boring things like civility and order and things like that. But absolutely, there's a lot to work with there.
All right, I'm going to go on a little bit of a non sequitur here and say people should read more.
They should.
I'm not going to plug my own novels because I think that would be gauche. But what I am going to do is I'm going to say that reading is free. You can get an infinite amount of fresh fiction content, original content, not like fan fiction stuff, pretty high quality stuff for free on the internet on a website called Royal Road. I'm going to link it in chat. And it is a amazing website. It's where I publish a bunch of my stuff. There is no excuse for people to not read today. It is you don't have to have a book in hand to read anymore. And honestly, I think web serials are a fantastic way to read. So I'm just going to plug that real quick, and then we can carry on.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to reading, whether you read the classic texts or you read something new and niche, the best part about that is you get to steal shit. And that's the important part. The more knowledge you have, the more you can draw upon. And that's great for both running your own games and also for your players. Is you get to draw upon works of inspiration, and whether you use it on a 1-for-1 and be incredibly lazy about it, or you take hints and tidbits from here and there, like that goes a long way.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also like knowing how to build a story can help you a lot when you're trying to come up with a campaign or even improvise a game. Just understanding the way that stories are structured and how people engage with them is a great building block for running a D&D campaign. Obviously, I went the other way. I started with DMing and running campaigns, and then I transition to writing novels. But I think there's a lot of transferable skills between them.
Absolutely. Especially if you run a campaign and then you just literally write down what the players did, and that's your novel.
Yeah, I mean, it's an option.
That's one way to go.
I know a very, very popular genre on Royal Road and in web serials in general is progression fantasy, which it takes your sort of standard fantasy idea and then kind of gamifies it a little bit. You have generally progression fantasy is defined by having some kind of strict form of progression that the protagonist will follow, and that comes in a lot of different forms. Some people will literally just have like D&D style stat sheets that improve over time, but it's a really interesting genre. It's a lot of fun to read. It's kind of like having a D&D campaign that you don't actually have to play D&D to enjoy.
Which is sometimes what you want, right?
Yeah.
Like I was talking before, I'm going to be doing a solo play, and that'll be interesting because typically all I've ever known of D&D is, first and foremost, you are doing a cooperative game. As much as some people try to not or don't understand that it is a cooperative game. It absolutely is a cooperative game. Not only with the players at the table, but also the DM. The DM is also part of that cooperation. So Absolutely. Going into a foray into solo play is gonna be interesting. How many campaigns do you think you guys have started and they just fizzled out and never finished? Uh,
Most of them, the vast majority, like 99%.
Damn. You're going that far, huh?
No, but as a serious answer, I've probably had maybe 10 or 12 that went that way. And then 4, 5 that I actually finished. So maybe like 2/3, more accurately, of all games go that way.
Uh, yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe in my personal experience of campaigns I've started, like as a DM, that might be around 5 to 7 ish. The sad truth of the matter is most campaigns are gonna die. That's just the nature of it. People got lives. D&D takes forever to complete. It's tough. But yeah, I'm definitely in the luckier camp. I have finished a lot of campaigns. I've definitely finished a lot that didn't just fizzle out. Now that being
Yeah,
said,
there's a little bit of selection bias there when you're like a professional DM.
when you're a pro DM like me, who is in fact a pro DM because I have been paid to DM, that is by pure definition a professional.
That's actually not the definition of
Screw you.
but
Screw you. Yeah, so I'd say 5 to 7 ish. When making campaigns of my own, when I didn't utilize books or other DM tools, if you will, biggest thing that I look back at is cringe, but I have learned. That's another very important aspect of being a DM is I have never met a DM that didn't suck when they started. Everybody sucks. But guess what? That's a good thing. Because if you recognize that you sucked, that means you're automatically better. If you look back and say, oh, I didn't suck, that was great, then you suck.
yeah, well, in the immortal words of Jake from Adventure Time, sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something.
Exactly. Not sure of the number, but I bet about 85% fell apart before I ended the campaign naturally. Yeah, that's the sad nature of it. It's unfortunate. It really is. But one of the biggest issues is the nature of when we run the air quote typical modern game, which is we play once a week at exactly this time with these same 5 players. Like on paper, that sounds cool. You get the same 5 people showing up, and it's going to be exactly at this time. It's going to be great. But then reality kicks in, and reality freaking sucks. Someone's parents come over. Oh, someone's car needs fixing. Oh, got to stay overtime. Oh, I've got a headache. X, Y, and Z. And the unfortunate issue is, I think that like as our modern society is moving toward these weird things, my particular case is a lot of my players have rotating work schedules. A lot of my players do not work the traditional 9 to 5. They work whatever the frick is happening, And so that's why I've moved a lot of the games that I do to no longer being the traditional, we show up on Wednesday night at 5 o'clock at this time every single week. I've moved a lot of my games to either, hey, we're going to make it work, or, hey, I'm just going to run a game and whoever shows up, shows up.
You ever recycled campaign ideas that didn't get finished?
Absolutely.
I have. Yeah, that is like 90% of what DMing is. I run the same. I run the same original Planescape setting game that I made for 3 different groups, three different times, and I've also taken parts from. Like cannibalized parts from that campaign and just like shoehorned them into other games just because I had it written already. Just throw it in there.
And another thing too is like, so specifically in this scenario of recycling a campaign idea of something that didn't get finished, one of the ways you can look at it is you just had people that alpha tested it. Like, a lot of the times you have the best idea ever, right? You've got this awesome encounter, you've got this awesome villain, you got this awesome dungeon, you got this awesome whatever. But then something just doesn't work. But guess what? You got some losers to already play through it. The next time you run it, it's going to be that much better. Right? Like, and even if you don't get to to everything, like the best part about being a DM using material is, even though from your perspective, you're going to run this dungeon and it's the same dungeon you ran before, no two groups are going to approach it the exact same way. And so even though it might be like look repetitive at the start, it's not going to be repetitive in practice. And unless it's like, I guess, like super duper specific, but usually more often than not, you're not going to get the same thing. So absolutely recycle everything. Improve upon it and then recycle it.
Do you have any crazy characters that you never thought would make it? Braco, do you want to go first?
Yeah, absolutely. So my very first character was a muscle man. I buffed up the strength, the dex, the con, and I dumped all the mental stats. I had a negative charisma, I had a negative intelligence, and I had just a flat 10 in wisdom. And because I was brand new to D&D, I didn't know any better. I thought that was cool. But then I slowly started playing the game, and I was like role-playing the character in a way that I felt like was perfect for the stats, because the guy was an idiot. He would get himself into all sorts of dumb scenarios. He would fight all sorts of enemies. One of his major flaws was he never backs down from a challenge. And because of his negative charisma, I usually played it up in a way where he treats everyone like an idiot, even though he's the idiot. He's always hitting on people, even though he hits on them in the dumbest way possible. And like regularly, I thought he was gonna get killed, but I don't know. But because I was surrounded by, I guess, a group of strong PCs, and because I was just inevitably lucky, I was able to make it through.
So in my case, when I played Storm King's Thunder, I made a very silly gimmick character that was basically a pro wrestler. That was his thing. All I did was just try and grapple things. Now, I had created a grappling based character in a campaign where the main enemies were giants. I didn't think that one through.
I remember distinctly because I remember like you were looking up a feat, and then I was like, why don't you take the other feat instead? It was like I think it was Tavern Brawler.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, Tavern Brawler is a trap feat that doesn't do anything because they hadn't finished writing the rules when they made it. But yeah, that character actually did quite well. I managed to convince some of the other party members to learn Enlarge. I ended up becoming a Warcaster, even though he has a negative intelligence modifier. I think the crowning moment for that character is when he got like it was supposed to be a flag, but he wore it as a cape, and it could negate fall damage like one time. Like once per day or whatever. And he used it there were like harpies that were trying to lure the party off of cliffs. And so he just took like a running leap, jumped off the cliff, and like power bombed a harpy all the way down the cliff. So yeah, that was my crazy character that I never thought would actually like go the distance.
Now, in regards of the craziest characters that I knew would never make it, when I ran a game, it was not 4d6 drop the lowest. It was 3d6 flat for your stats. And someone rolled the worst character conceivable. and basically, I think in total, their highest stat was an 8. Yeah, in fact, their highest stat was an 8.
Yeah, that's not
And
the worst character conceivable. The worst character conceivable would be all 3s.
all 3s, that would be bad. But he basically he had negative. He did have at least 1 3. I remember because that went into his constitution. But that character, basically his life, the character's name was Dopey, pretty apt. That character only ever rolled 3 dice in their entire lifetime. They rolled an athletics check to try and hop over to a rock. They rolled initiative, and they rolled a dex save against a dragon's breath. That was the only 3 rolls that character ever got to roll. Good old Dopey. What a lad. Oh, the frontier. I have such memories. I have such memories of it.
I remember in the Frontier, my second character, because the first one retired and then I stopped playing, but I came back later. My second character in the Frontier was a tank wizard. And everyone was yelling at me, like, you can't make a wizard tank. That doesn't work. You roll too low on the HP. You can't just be taking hits. I was like, no. It's fine. You watch. It'll be fine. First adventure he goes on is that stupid rat dungeon.
Yep.
And the final room was just like swarming with rats. We almost TPK'd. And it was just my dumb wizard standing in the doorway, constantly dodging. Oh, that wizard tanked like a boss, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's funny. I thinking back on like a lot of those like encounters, I'm always thinking of like, what the heck was I doing? With I remember distinctly. I remember a lot of people getting salty over the rats that ran away. I distinctly remember that. Because they'd like shoot lightning bolts down the hallway and then they just run away.
I use NPCs to scratch my itch of wanting to make PCs that I know I'll never get to play. Do you guys do this? It's hard not to. The DM PC is a powerful siren.
I think that one of the major issues is, as a PC, you want to stand out, but then as a DM, you also want there to be NPCs to stand out because you want them to be cool and you want your players to interact with cool people. But at the same time, you can't overshadow your players. And then once again, that's the siren's call, right? You can't make characters that are like there to be there alongside the PCs. You got to make NPCs that feel organic and also at the same time make your players feel awesome, or at least make your players understand a bit about the world. Like you can, like for example, you can absolutely have an arch wizard that's in the world because it makes sense. There's powerful people in the world and they're going to be way stronger than the PCs. But you can't have them regularly, interacting with the players and making them feel insignificant. You can introduce them and be like, hey, this could be you one day if you train hard and bribe me with like 100,000 gold. I'll teach you a new spell or whatever. But I personally I'm always like trying my hardest never to introduce an NPC that's too great.
I do like modules that have a good pool of NPCs to draw from that are like interesting and fun to role play, not necessarily as like mechanical characters. I remember in Out of the Abyss, right? Even just little things like the Quaggoth that thought he was an elven prince, or just Jim Jar in general was an excellent character.
Oh, that guy! That guy
play.
took so much of my money. Holy shit!
Yeah, I think that the trick is you don't need to make a PC to make an interesting character. So uh, now, if the itch that you're trying to scratch is that sort of power gamer mechanical optimization thing, yeah, you're fucked. Find a DM, play a game. But if it's just about trying to make an interesting character that gives you interesting role play opportunities, there's plenty of ways to just do that with the simpler NPC stat blocks.
And in fact, I think it's a lot more riveting when you have like a simple stat block, but you're able to describe it in a way that makes it feel so organic. Like for example, is like the guard, the classic guard. The guard is a loser, but the guard's got a history to tell, right? Like why is the guard able to do what they do? Why is the guard the guard? Why is the scout the scout? How does the scout do scouting things? What does the scout know that a scout would know? You know, there's a lot of times where like the simple NPC will know something that the PCs won't, because maybe the PCs were never a guard, maybe the PCs were never scouts, and so
the scout stat block is a crazy good support PC for any gaming group.
Absolutely.
Do you guys remember how much work Eldith did?
Eldith carried. She carried. I do recall. And in fact, she carried so hard, she was the only one that survived from that group.
Besides, yeah, she was the last of the NPCs. Although a bunch of them left.
Yeah, a bunch of them left, of course, but
yeah, you don't need it to be. You don't need the character to be as powerful as the PCs in order to be a compelling character, I think is what I would say there. Also, recycling old players as NPCs is clever. I know Black Rabbit mentioned that.
There can be times, though, I know for a fact there will be times where maybe someone has like a little bit too much creative control over a character and wouldn't like that, but if you know each other and they're perfectly fine with it, then you can absolutely have them make great little, what do you call those things? Little, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the thing? Cameo. Yeah, that's the one. You can have fun little cameos like that for sure. I actually had Brago have a cameo in the Tomb of Annihilation game that
I was going to mention that. Yeah, I remember being excited when I saw that that token. I was like, I know that hat. And
then like you guys like were taking over his boat, and then him and the captain just like teleported away. You know what? That's a very important thing too. Is whenever you're running villains, if you want to have like someone live, just have them teleport away. Don't just sit there and have them have 50 billion health. Just teleport away real quick. Let them go. Give them something to chew on in the meantime, at least. But like some little mini boss here or there. But it's okay for your villains to teleport away. And that's when, of course, all the caster people say, "I cast counterspell."
Too bad it was an artifact.
Exactly. He's not casting a spell, you fool. That's actually another thing that's coming up too, is for a lot of the monsters that are going to be coming out now, instead of them having spells like the PCs, they're going to have rechargeable features. So like instead of the wizard having fireball, they instead have a feature called Fiery Blast. And it does like 8d6 damage or whatever, and every single turn you roll a d6 on a 4 through 6, they get their Fiery Blast feature back. And then some people are like debating, well, is that a spell? Yes or no? Like, how does that work with counterspell? And that's obviously going to lead to a lot of, table debates on how that works.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because I know those filthy rules lawyers are going to be crawling at the woodwork saying, well, technically.
Those are my people.
My people.
Alright, speaking of teleporting away, it has been 3 hours. It's been a blast.
It has been 3 hours. Holy Jesus.
I think I'm going to take off here.
Absolutely.
Congratulations again on 10,000.
Thank you.
And here's to 10,000 more.
Heck yeah, brother.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
See ya. Alrighty. So, yeah, as a friendly reminder for all y'all, you can absolutely hop in the Discord and chat with me real quick if y'all want. I'm open. That being said, I will probably be stopping the stream in maybe like 15-ish minutes or so. I do have places to go, people to see, things to do, and I have been talking for 3 hours. I was originally only going to do this for like 2 hours, but you guys kept me so enthralled with all your engaging comments. So yeah, join that Discord. I will have a link for that ? I'll have a link for that ? Where's my Discord link? Here it is. So join that. I'll be back in just a second. But if you want, feel free to hop in that Discord real quick. I'll be gone for just a moment. Okay. I just realized I don't have any frickin' music or anything for my streams. I should probably work on that. I don't have any music. I don't have any like changing backdrop or anything. I should probably work on that. But regardless, yeah, so glad I could catch some of this. Appreciate you answering questions. Thanks so much. No problem. No problem. That's what I'm here for. That's why I literally started this channel, is because I wanted to help people. Because when it comes to the facet of DMing and playing games, there's a lot of things. So, that's why I made all my module guides. That's why I make all the videos that I'm making. Because I want to help people, That's the number one thing, is there's a lot of things that need helping with. So I am happy to oblige. Have a great night. Thank you. You have a great night as well, Black Rabbit. Happy 10K. Thank you. It's certainly been a blast seeing the number go up. And in fact, so the important thing is whenever you get like a certain sub count, never ever immediately post literally as soon as you get the number, because then people are just going to naturally, like, some people are going to purposefully like unsub from you to make the number go down. That happened with me when I hit when I hit 5K, I believe. I posted up exactly like right that second. I was like, I just hit 5K, and then people were like, screw you. I have no clue who you are, but this stream was in my recommended. My name is No Fun Allowed. I am a tabletop role-playing game content creator. I make a whole bunch of things on D&D and Dungeons and Dragons and Old School Essentials and whatever the frick else. And I've been making a bunch of videos, and this stream in particular was me answering questions, any of your hard-hitting questions. I'm still going for another, I think 15 minutes or so. It's not ending yet. We still got a little bit of time. It's just that, I've been going for 3 hours. But I still got, you got any hard-hitting questions about your favorite tabletop role-playing games? About, anything about D&D and tabletop role-playing games and whatever else, feel free to ask them. I'm here. It's fine. They were just giving you the opportunity to hit 5K again. Exactly. Cool. I might check out your stuff. Thank you. What I will say is my newest stuff has been weird. I've been doing a bunch of shorts. But my regular content is kind of all over the place as well. So I've covered adventure module guides for 5e. I've covered a whole bunch of things on just playing and running in tabletop role-playing games. I've covered. I've collabed with other content creators, other YouTubers, and we talk about that. Have I tried Pathfinder? Pathfinder is the weird thing in my whole tabletop role-playing game setup, because I have tried a ton of tabletop role-playing games. I have. I've got several in my line of sight right now. I've played a bunch. I, of course, have done a lot of D&D, but I've done a lot of old school stuff as well. I've been doing and beyond just that, I've also done Call of Cthulhu. I've done Mouse Ritter, Hyperborea, Old School Essentials, Dungeon Crawl Classics. I've been running a ton of Dungeon Crawl Classics. But strangely enough, I've never gotten Pathfinder to the table. And it really sucks because I know Pathfinder is literally the next best thing in the whole world of tabletop role-playing games. It is literally the second biggest, game out there. I just personally haven't gotten it to the table. I have played 3.5 D&D, which one could say is kind of like Pathfinder 1. But Pathfinder 2 is definitely a whole different system, and I definitely want to get it to the table at some point. I just haven't. It's, my biggest issue is I really like a whole bunch of different tabletop role-playing game systems, but what I end up finding is a lot of people don't. A lot of people usually only want to stick with one or two systems, and that kind of sucks. I like a lot of systems. I like learning different methods on how dice are used. I like learning different methods on what characters are expected to do. I like learning a lot of these things, and I like implementing them. But I find a lot of people just say, "Oh, I just want to play 5e," or "Oh, I just want to play Pathfinder," or "Oh, I just want to, do this and that." What's my favorite module? My favorite module would be Tomb of Annihilation. My favorite module, Tomb of Annihilation, for 5e. And what I'll say is for my favorite module of the 5e lineup would be Tomb of Annihilation. I might have some other favorite module if it came to any other tabletop role-playing game system, but I would only ever judge a module based on the system. I would never say one's better than the other. So my favorite module for the edition, Tomb of Annihilation, is my favorite because it covers exploration of an awesome jungle. It covers combat with a whole bunch of cool and awesome denizens in that jungle. And it covers social interaction with all of the denizens of the port hub city, which your players will be frequenting. And some of the other adventure modules don't necessarily hit on all three pillars of D&D. Some of them might hit on exploration really well. Some of them might have no exploration. Some of them might hit on combat really well. Some of them don't hit on combat really well. I find that Tomb of Annihilation has a great, whole bunch of just it hits on the three pillars extremely well, and I absolutely love it for it. Tomb of Annihilation does exactly what I want to in the kind of adventure that I'm looking for. I know that most people will say Curse of Strahd is their favorite 5e module. I know. I'm well aware. But I see past the vampire's charm. I see past his hypnotic gaze. I see some flaws and cracks in Curse of Strahd where other people may not. And I think that Curse of Strahd is great, but Tomb of Annihilation is just so fantastic. I didn't realize it went that direction. What do you mean? You didn't realize it went that direction? Speaking of direction, I want to change my backdrop here because I've been looking at that boat that whole time. That big ship. Speaking of ship, maybe I'll try this one. Whoa, that's gnarly looking. That's cool. I really dig the Spelljammer art. I've been hearing not so great things about the Spelljammer product as a whole, unfortunately, because the adventure is essentially a movie, because the ship combat rules are literally non-existent, which is really unfortunate. But the art, my God, that's some good-looking art. That is some good-looking art. Yeah, so if any and all who are watching or lurking have any questions, comments, concerns, gripes, moans, complaints, feel free to voice them. I'm here for it. I'm all about it. I thrive on that stuff. I want it. I need it. I love it. And also, totally not D&D related, Game of Thrones has just started back up. And while everyone poo-poos on the Season 8 Game of Thrones, which is understandable because it went in a certain direction, which not everyone enjoyed, the new season is going to be taking a whole new take on things. And I liked the first episode, so I can't wait to watch more. Thought it was just the tomb, as the videos or others talk about the module was, as such, never mentioned the jungle or other village aspects. So, obviously, Tomb of Annihilation has this, when I say Tomb of Annihilation, you think of a tomb that is annihilating you. And that's kind of just the imagery that conjures up. But ultimately, the adventure itself is all about you showing up to basically a jungle peninsula and you having to hack your way through the jungle. And it is fantastic for that because, harkening back to old school hex crawl, methodology, you have your hub city. So you start there, you meet a ton of NPCs in there, you outfit yourself, you earn gold, then you go out into the jungles. And when you go out into the jungles, you're spending gold because you had to spend gold on all your, retainers or your guides or whatever else. And you're going out there to try and get gold. You hack your way through, and then eventually you maybe learn some info or something and go back. And you go back to town and you talk to these awesome people, and you keep on doing that again and again. And it's great. TOA is a whole hex crawler, the only traditional hex crawl in 5e as far as I know. I would say, yeah, TOA is the only traditional hex crawl, I would say. With the new 1D&D, do you think we will get a good setting book for Faerun Sword Coast update? I sincerely doubt that Wizard of the Coast would say straight up, hey, the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide book is bad, we're going to redo it. I don't think that Wizard of the Coast would openly say that. And by openly, of course, that would be them saying, hey, we're going to do a re-release of the book with new material. But we would translate it as the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guidebook sucks. We're going to make a new one, right? I don't. I'll tell you what. I think when it comes to the importance of what they're looking for when it comes to releasing content, I think that setting is probably much lower on the book. I think that first and foremost they want the core rules, and straight up and that takes up a huge priority. They need to hammer in clear, concise, solid core rules, and then they'll start working on some other things like adventure modules and settings. A lot of the other things are supplementary, but truly, at the end of the day, you could run 5e just by picking up the player's handbook. You don't need the monster manual. You don't need the DMG, right? So picking up the player's handbook and making that the top dog is absolutely the top priority. But will they make a setting book for Faerun? As of the way they're releasing content right now, I would also say no. Because if you looked at their recent, however many books that they've released, I don't think they've been that really set on making, a 300-page book about a setting. I think they've been a lot more focused on mini adventures, micro settings. I think they've been really focused on player supplemental material. I think that just sadly the way of big setting book is going the way of the dodo for 5e. That might very well be the case. Also, the Tomb of Horrors was literally just a dungeon, so I think a lot of people assume TOA is the same. Yeah, that probably has something to do with it too. Planescape, not biased. Planescape, it will be coming out for 5th edition and not 1 D&D. Although, admittedly, they're probably going to start, changing up, oh, hey, we're no longer releasing 5e books, we're releasing 1 D&D books. So that'll probably happen. Sadly, going into the whole capitalism thing here, when you look at, the sales, they've never, to my knowledge, 5e hasn't publicly released sales, but you cannot tell me that Eberron setting sold more than Xanathar's Guide to Everything. You cannot tell me that Theros sold more than Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Because, quite frankly, the things that are more appealing to players is going to be bought more. Because a player is not going to pick up a material on a setting. The DM is. And more often than not, the DMs are going to be the one buying things. Players will only buy the player supplemental materials if they buy anything at all. So my bet is that they're going to really just hammer in on player supplemental material. Will you use the virtual map system they are planning on launching? Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, basically it is pretty much just a ripoff of Tailspire, which if you don't know what Tailspire is, you can quickly Google that or YouTube it. But Tailspire is basically just a 3D environmental, tabletop simulator. And it looks decent, right? The premise is there. You got a 3D environment. You can move your tokens around. You can zoom up and down. You can look all around. You can peek through the window. That's all great. I personally like that. But I've got 2 issues with it. One, I'm poor. That's my number 1 issue. But 2, it really does come down to hardware. So while I might have a semi-decent computer, and while 3 of my players may have semi-decent computers, what happens if one player doesn't have a decent computer? Because, Roll20 is a simple, 2D thing, which doesn't take up that much hardware. Owlbear Rodeo, same category, 2D software, doesn't require that much hardware. But then you look at the things like Tailspire and the things that they're doing for their virtual tabletop, and I promise you that's going to be intensive. And sadly, that is going to basically keep away some people that don't have as good a hardware. If you are playing on a, a non-gaming laptop, if you are playing on a, 15-year-old computer, if you are playing on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, that VTT may not be able to support everybody. So if you have a group of people that can run it, then yeah, I will absolutely use it because, it'll be cool to make my own maps and, create these environments that are three-dimensional and be able to chart things out in ways that you simply can't do in a 2D environment. That will be cool. But unfortunately, if I have even one player at the table, I would hate to say, hey, you can't play with us, because, you're poor. Because that's essentially what I would be saying. Hey, you can't handle running this VTT. Get out of here. That kind of sucks. But admittedly, a three-dimensional environment for moving your tokens around, making maps, that's really cool. I love the way Wildemount Setting Book was organized, with possible plot hooks and whatnot. Yeah, so going back to that Black Rabbit, I think once again, I don't think you could tell me that the Wildemount setting, even though it is tied to Critical Role, even though it is tied to the biggest 5e thing out there, I don't think you could tell me that the Wildemount outsold the player supplemental books. Which sucks. Because, we as DMs, we have enough as it is. I don't think every DM should be expected to homebrew their own world. I don't think every single DM should be forced to create their own adventure modules. I don't think every DM should be able to be forced to do X, Y, and Z. But ultimately, that's not where the money's going. And that sucks. The money is not going to, people are, only half of the people are playing adventure modules, but how many of them are getting the areas of I'm trying to think of the newest ones. Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, right? How many people are getting Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft? How many people are getting Theros? How many people are getting Wildemount? How many people are getting Eberron? How many people are getting Ravnica? I think that those numbers are just sadly just maybe so small that Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast may be simply saying, hey, that isn't worth our time. And that isn't worth the money. Which will, if they go down the whole of creating less and less content for DMs, then there probably will be some sort of uprising. Because, the DMs need a lot of material, and they're just not getting as much of it. Do you go ham on creating city and dungeon maps, or let it rest more on Theater of the Mind? Entirely depends on the group, Shelby. Some groups are perfectly fine with me saying going Theater of the Mind, and some groups basically demand that I have maps. And unfortunately, I oblige. Sometimes I run whole campaigns Theater of the Mind where there is never a combat map to be seen. Maybe there is, a, city map, overhead one, but never any, combat maps. When it comes to dungeons, it'll just be an art piece, But other times, absolutely, I got to get down to the nitty-gritty of creating these, little rooms, and I've got to create these environments, and I've got to create these intricate little detailed out areas, which, is perfectly fine. Some groups can handle Theater of the Mind, and some people can't. Some people want the tactical complexity of moving their tokens around, and some people are perfectly fine with ad-libbing. When it comes to the whole Theater of the Mind and creativity and stuff, there are people that think differently. And then that is a good thing that people think differently. But if I run a combat encounter in a tavern, let's say, then some people, I'm running this on a battle map. Some people are just simply going to move their token where it needs to be and then do their basic attack, and that's the end of the story. But some people are going to get to thinking, hey, is everything on this map actually there? Or is there things that are not present on this map that are there? And when it's, and this specifically goes to fighting in a tavern, if you ever get into a combat encounter at my table in a tavern, I can promise you there's a chandelier. And, because there's that chandelier, does that mean that the fighter can cut the rope and drop the chandelier on the bad guy? The problem with having a battle map sometimes is sometimes people get a little bit too rigid in their thinking. And they think, oh, because the chandelier is exactly right here, it's not going to work. But then, a lot of times when I run like Theater of the Mind, I say, yeah, the chandelier is exactly where, exactly right on top of the enemy, right? It comes down to the individuals. Sometimes people are perfectly fine with no grid, no map, no nothing. And sometimes people just need that little complexity. They need to move their token inch by inch. They need to, do certain things certain ways. Admittedly, of course, if I have to create maps, that does eat more into my prep time, which is perfectly fine. While I'm making the map, I'm thinking of other things. So for in-person games, do you usually have a grid map down? Usually, yeah. Usually. Usually what I do is I have basically... I'm not, once again, I'm poor. I'm not rocking Dwarven Forge here. I'm not rocking, fake trees and Warhammer buildings or whatever else. No. Whenever I'm playing in person, I'll have a grid map and then I'll draw it out as they're exploring the area. And sometimes they'll have like paper cutouts. Like all my monsters are just, little stick figures. If it's a rat, it's like a little round thing with like little whiskers. If it's a person, then there's a stick figure, but they're holding a sword, things like that. So for in person, it's typically like a grid that I just draw as they're exploring around. Although sadly, over my whole career of D&D and DMing, I have not played D&D that much in person. I would love to. I really would. But it just wasn't in the cards. I have been relegated to playing with people all across the globe, and that is not feasible in person. I should start some home game. I've only ever played one shots in person. I've never had like a full on campaign in person. But maybe that'll change. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it will change. I don't know. Do you think the virtual maps will be downfall of minis? I think no, because I think that the core people that play in person probably, buy enough minis. Like, I typically don't see, like, the in-person purist, like, I don't see them kind of jumping ship, because there is a lot of in-person purists who are like, oh, I refuse to play online, you have to play in person. So I think there's going to be a large enough crowd that doesn't migrate. But that being said, when it comes to the minis in the thing, I can promise you that's going to be microtransactions. I can absolutely promise you that when it comes to the D&D Beyond VTT, I don't know what the frick it's called, but I can promise you that it's going to absolutely be microtransactions of pay $5 to get this sort of mini, pay $5 to get these dice, pay $5 to get this building kit for building maps, pay $5 to get this effect, like a vignette effect, a vignette effect. I can promise you that there's going to be microtransactions galore, which is a good thing and a bad thing, because yeah, of course it'd be cool if it's a one-time purchase and it's free, but they're not going to do that. They want money. So what it is going to be is it's going to be you just shopping around and finding exactly what you want and getting it. And for the player's perspective, all you ever need is dice and minis. And but from the DM's perspective, you're going to be wanting a lot more. You're going to want minis, you're going to want maps, you're going to want effects, you're going to want features, you're going to want a ton of things. Are you a purist on anything in D&D? Whoa, that's a tough one. Am I a purist? I might be a little bit biased here, but I genuinely believe that I am amenable to a lot of things. Like I'm not a purist when it comes to playing in person because most of my games are online. I would love to play in person, but most of the games are online. I'm not a purist when it comes to D&D itself. Like I'm more than willing to play. I'm more than willing and happy to play other tabletop role-playing games. Like one of my favorites right now is Dungeon Crawl Classics. I've been running some old school essentials, Call of Cthulhu, things like that. I'm not a purist when it comes to adventure design. I'm not a purist when it comes to... I genuinely don't think I'm a purist in any sort of reform or regard. I do a lot of things, and I'm usually amenable to the way things are, or to run for different players. I'd have to ask my players. I'd have to ask all the many number of people that I run D&D for if I'm a purist on anything. But I couldn't tell you. I'm more than I feel pretty confident in saying that I'm not a purist. How often are you a player? Me personally, half past never. I play every once in a while, but quite frankly, it's just not my calling. Like, if I'm a player, I will absolutely be a player. If I'm a player, I will play up my character. I will do the song and dance. I will absolutely be there. I will be, a player. But there is this call. There's this thing about DMing that just feels so good to me. There's something about being a DM over being a player that just feels so more natural. There's something about DMing that just hits parts of my creative flow that I just simply can't do as a player. So, how often am I a player? I'd say out of, I'd say maybe 5% of the time at most. Very, very rarely. Very rarely. Another issue with me being a player too is I don't have a typical schedule either, and so that can always be an issue. Favorite type of dice material? What was the last set of dice you bought? Going into purist there. I'm not a purist on dice either. I genuinely I don't know much about dice. I don't know about dice material. I haven't bought dice in years. In fact, actually, if you watch my short, the DM Toolkit video, my most popular video on my whole friggin' channel, go figure. I show off some of my dice in there. Man, my DM Toolkit video got 34,000 views in a week. Golly. Seen that one with the mix. That's a good one. Thank you. I'm not superstitious about my dice. I don't throw dice in dice jails. I don't do any of that sort of nature. And when it comes to the virtual tabletop, I am more than willing to accept the default dice that comes with it. Unless there's like some dice that just knocks me out of the park with how cool they look, I am probably just going to stick to default dice with any virtual tabletop that I run on. But it's so cool, right? Because like I know for a fact that like obviously in the material world we're limited by physics and reality, but on the virtual tabletop you can have some really cool dice, right? Like I'm just envisioning like you have a set of beholder dice and they've got like eyes that look around. You've got a set of dragon dice and like they each have like different elements coming out from them. A bunch of cool things. Any suggestions on getting better with RPing? I'm new to DMing and I feel it's what I'm struggling with the most. I will answer that question in a second here. That video made me feel good about still loving to play paper games. Heck yeah. So my tip for getting better with RPing is consider not just the character that you're role playing at the time, whatever NPC that you're RPing, but so not only consider who they are, what they're doing, but also think about how they convey themselves to the party. Like if you are role playing, Guardsman Bob, the guard in town. One, who is Guardsman Bob? Is he a decorated veteran? Did he just start off like 2 weeks ago? But also, very importantly, think about how Guardsman Bob treats others, and specifically treats the party. Is Bob a cool guy? Is Bob this person that's grateful for adventurers showing up? Or has Bob had a run-in with adventurers and kind of looks at them with a little bit of a sneer and maybe kind of turns his neck at them? The thing you got to remember is that character, whichever character you're RPing, could have a 50-page backstory. But none of that matters, because the only thing that matters is what your players are going to pick up from it. It doesn't matter if the cool, epic NPC that you've written up has a 5-page backstory, if when you play them up, the players aren't interested in learning about it. Roleplay characters that are interesting to interact with. Roleplay them in a way that entices your players to ask more or gets them to feel an emotion. The most memorable NPCs I've ever roleplayed as have been characters that say one offhanded thing that get the players riled up. And this can be in a good way or a bad way. Like this could be a character that says, "Oh, so you're new in town. Well, I hope I don't have to deal with you for too long." Or, a character that says, "Wow, you guys are cool adventurers. I want to be just like you. Can you teach me? Can I be your retainer? Please, can you show me? I want to cast spells just like you. You're so cool." Making characters that elicit emotion. Not, mind you. When it comes to eliciting these emotions, you only need to do that for like the important characters. If your players just, talk to some random person on the street, then I half the time I wouldn't even role play them. I would just say, "Oh yeah, the random townsman says this." Like, and that's perfectly fine. If you're struggling with RPing, then fully devote your time and attention and detail into the characters that matter. And that will actually impart onto your players that you're putting more care into certain NPCs. Play up those ones really well. My big thing too is voice acting. Voice acting isn't for everybody. Maybe you're skittish, maybe you're afraid, maybe you suck at it, maybe X, Y, or Z, who cares? But when I roleplay a character and I get into a voice that helps me get into a mindset, and also that tells the players that there's a separation between the NPC and the DM. "When I talk like this, I'm a kobold, and I'm gonna talk and do things like a kobold does. But when I talk like this is me. This is DM." And having that separation can really help players say, "Hey, I'm role playing right now with Noble the Kobold." Voice acting's not everyone for everybody. Yes, I know some people just don't want to do it. They can't do it. They can't whatever. Right? But me personally, that helps a lot. That goes a long way. Do I ever find myself starting a sentence in one accent and ending it in a different accent? All the time, Shelby. But here's the important thing. Real-world accents do not translate one for one with D&D accents. Right? So if you have a muddling of accents, maybe that's how that accent works in the D&D world. Right? Like if I start talking like a certain this and a certain like that, and then it slowly devolves into something more, a bit more vestigial, you know. If you see that, you know, the accent is slowly devolving, it's not devolving. That's just how the accent is, right? A very important thing about DMing is you're never wrong. You make the rules. You make the world. You make the environment. You make whatever. You're never wrong. So if you have an accent that, you know, goes from one accent to another, it's not two accents getting messed up. That's one accurate accent to that character. Easy peasy. You always got to think of little tricks of the trade right there. You always got to think of, how am I not wrong? And, you know, if for whatever reason, if you have players that call you out on that of like, oh, you know, your accent's funny, it's like, screw you. That's how the player talks. That's how the character talks. You know, that is that character's accent. Something a lot of people forget about too is everybody has an accent to everybody. I think a lot of people seem to forget that. Like, I sometimes I forget about that too. Sometimes I'm just talking and then I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have an accent, but I do. My accent is my accent. I'm just used to it, you know. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. How do you handle multiple NPCs interacting with the party when it's only you doing the voice? So that comes up quite frequently, right? Sometimes you just have two NPCs and naturally they have to talk because either there needs to be some sort of exposition, or maybe one's giving a gift to another, or you know, maybe the players are purposely, you know, introducing these two NPCs. And yeah, so I feel like I'm talking over myself and not giving my players a chance to interact. What I'm here to tell you is sometimes that's inevitable. Sometimes you are sitting there playing with yourself, which you never want to play with yourself in front of, you know, a group of people. But sometimes it's just what happens, right? What I will say is keep it brief. You know, if you wanted to go the whole 9 yards of voice acting it out, then maybe your players will appreciate that. But sometimes it's okay to just hand wave it in like everyday life. Talk to yourself in everyday life. Like sometimes it's okay to just hand wave it and say, okay, you know, the two introduced, they shake hands and they're good. You know, sometimes it's okay to just hand wave it and say, okay, they interacted with each other. And sometimes it's okay for them to give the exposition out relatively quickly. I don't like to do I don't like to talk to myself in one-shots, because in one-shots, like, the time there is for the players. When I'm running a full campaign, and my players fully well know that, like, a scene has to happen, or these NPCs have to interact, then it can be fine. But just never do it for too long. Keep it brief, keep it real, rope in the PCs as much as possible. You know, if there is some exposition, then like halfway through their exposition, they say, oh yeah, this is something that you all would know, like, and basically try to turn to the whole party. Sometimes it's good to just, absolutely, keep things brief and rope everybody in. And I mean, that's what you should always be doing anyway. You should always try to be roping in the players as much as possible to anything you can do. Alrighty, so I have been going on for, once again, way longer than I thought it was. I was originally going to only do 2 hours, and here we are almost 4 hours later. So I am absolutely cutting it off on 5 minutes. 5 minutes, starting right meow. That's it, end of story. 5-minute timer. So if you have any hard-hitting questions, comments, concerns, groans, complaints, observations, feel free to plug them now. Speak now or forever hold your peace until the next live stream, or in my Discord you can simply just, ask things there. Because at this point I am starving. You have starved me. On this, the anniversary of my 10K subscribers. What do I do to balance combats? I don't. That's kind of the hard truth. It took me a long time to realize is I just don't. Your players are steamrolling? Exactly. 5e is worked upon by some sort of math where there is the CR and there is some sort of you're supposed to try and balance things out. Better DMs than me have tried and failed. Some people have succeeded, of course. There is people that do air quote balance out their encounters. But I don't. I'm more than happy to just throw in a really tough enemy at the players and see how they handle it. I'm more than happy to throw a weak encounter at the party and see them steamroll it. Not even increase HP or even AC. I do not like to go into the whole thing of... I don't like to go into the whole changing encounters on the fly routine. I know some people are more than happy to do that. Some people are happy to wave HP or AC up and down and all around to balance fights mid-fight. But I'm okay with, just throwing an encounter and saying, hey, this is the encounter. What do you do? Especially in your particular case where your players are just steamrolling everything. That comes from the nature of 5e isn't balanced in the first place. 5e is tilted toward the players to succeed. But unfortunately, succeeding gets boring if you ultimately just conquer everything. And, that's a tough pill to swallow. That, 5e purely as written isn't going to work exactly how you want it to work every time. So how do you balance encounters, right? Well, I'm here to tell you, one monster is never going to be a challenge for the party because the party has more resources and actions and features and abilities. So throwing more enemies at the party is a start. Creating environmental effects. Hey, as you're fighting the boule in the tight tunnel, the lava is pouring out. At the start of your turn, you have to roll a dexterity saving throw or take X number of damage. The environmental effects go a long way. Just introducing abilities that just straight up do damage. Instead of going up against a goblin that has to swing to hit you, you go up against a goblin fungalmancer that spews poison into the air, and you have to roll a con save, and if you succeed, you take half the damage, but if you fail, you take the full brunt of the damage. Things like that. And then when it comes to the whole HP thing, that comes down on an individual table. Some groups have PCs that can just burst and do a million damage in a round. And if you have that, then you have to introduce more enemies, or you have to, boost the HP up a ton. Which, sometimes you want to have less creatures, so you have to bump their HP up. And then sometimes if you have, if you're okay with having more monsters, then it's okay for them having low HP. So my recommendation for balancing combats is just wing it. Just throw encounters out there. But if you want to give them a challenge, then you have to incorporate more than just the monster. Just the single monster, I should say. You got to incorporate the environment. You have to incorporate the fact that... Oh, here's another big one. Occultism. 5e is built around getting into multiple encounters in a day. But if you only ever get into 1 or 2 encounters in a day, then your PCs are superheroes. Because they get all their features and spells and traits back. If you run a game where you get into, like, let's say, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 encounters in a day, they're going to feel that resource drain. And then it's going to be a challenge. I promise you, at the end of 8 encounters, like, depending on how, challenging each individual one is, they're going to be losing some stuff. Ooh, perfect. A sex bot. Delete. So yeah, there's a lot of little things to check in with that. There's a lot going on there. It's not just any one thing is the problem. There's a lot. And also very, very importantly is the fact that when it comes to balancing your encounters or giving them a challenge, that comes down to the individual table. I promise you I could run, let's say I've got 2 groups of 4 level 3 party members. If I run the exact same encounter for them, it's going to go wildly different on a number of factors. It's going to go different based on what classes they have. It goes different based on what spells they have, what resources they have, who's the player manning them, what classes are available, what environment you're in. There's so many, and also the biggest factor of all is the dice, right? We're not playing a RPG where we have guaranteed attacks, right? We're playing a game where we potentially miss. We're playing a game where the enemy potentially hits us constantly. We're playing a game where potentially even if you hit, you barely do any damage, right? There's a number of factors, and there's just not any one factor you can look at when trying to balance an encounter. Shelby, thanks again for your time and answering all my questions. No problem, no problem. That's once again, what I'm here for. I'm here to help. That's why I started this channel, to help out all the poor DMs who are getting hatred and vitriol from their players and from Wizards of the Coast. I am here to help you because that's all what I'm about. Trying to spread the love, trying to give my insights, my tidbits of knowledge, trying to, make sure that everyone can become a better themselves. And the fact that you're even asking questions about your DMing already makes you a better DM than some. Because some people believe that they are the best and there is no going further. That is incorrect. Being a DM is chasing after a moving field goal, or goalpost, I guess. And it is perfectly good to continue chasing that. Continue improving yourself. Ask questions. Not only asking questions of yourself, but about yourself. And also asking your players. Ask your players what they want to see. Ask your players what they want to do. And provide the best experience for them. Well, that's all, folks. I have been going for 4 hours now. I think that's... I've been going for 4 hours now. So I think that's a good place to stop. So thank you all so much for coming out. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you to my amazing patrons. You guys are absolute blast. Join my Discord if you already haven't. I am running one-shots, so check those out. I'm going to be running a ton of other games. I'm going to be doing more and more of these live streams where I answer your questions. I'm going to be doing a bunch of things. So thank you all so very much for watching. Thanks for listening. Thank you all for the donos. Thank you all for everything, because every little bit helps. And thank you all to the lurkers. I know you lurkers are lurking. That's what you lurkers do. And guess what? You lurkers are still doing plenty. You guys are bumping up the numbers, and that's well and fine by me. So thank you so very much for watching. And